meeting in Tallahassee later today where they could censure a member of the state legislature for, we're talking about Angie Nixon, and you remember the bullhorn incident on the floor where she was blowing a bullhorn when they were voting over redistricting. So that could be interesting this afternoon. That and a whole lot more over the next 4.5 hours, actually 5 hours today of live streaming here on Fox Local. So we hope you join us.
All right. Thank you, Garrett. And we'll be watching.
All right. Thanks.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon. Good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us. It is Thursday morning, 11 o'clock here, and we appreciate you joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We do have a busy day ahead. I want to let you know some of the things that we are waiting for, including hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis a little bit later. He's going to be in Madison County at the Madison County Courthouse coming up around 1 o'clock. And so we'll be listening in live to that. That's in North Florida, where the governor's going to be with the Environmental Protection Secretary. So we will be hearing from him coming up in just a little bit. We are continuing to monitor the Julio Fulio sentencing phase of that trial. It is day 4 of that. And so we will check in on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also hearing from, this is Admiral Brad Cooper and Senator Rick Scott, having the chance to question him right now. Admiral Cooper is the commander of CENTCOM in Tampa. This is the Senate Armed Services Committee that is getting the chance to ask some questions amid the war in Iran. Let's go ahead and listen in as Senator Scott asks questions live right now in this Senate committee.
With our partners defending Americans. I think that sends a lot. I think that sends a good signal and says a lot.
So I think Senator Wicker asked you some questions about drones. We had a meeting the other day, and the individual came in and said that Ukraine is building 5 million drones a year. And so they probably are ahead of most people because they've had to, because of the war they're in. So can you talk about are we where we need to be with drone technology? Are we using it everywhere we can? Are we where we need to be with regard to drone defense capabilities? Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, Senator. First, I would say that the Secretary and the Department's focus on drone domination, drone dominance, has really kick-started our capabilities and flowed more capabilities into the region much faster than we had seen before. And many of those capabilities have now been proven in combat. I think in a classified setting, I'd like to tell you what that looked like. But as we sit here today, we have drone capabilities in the air, on the sea, and under the sea as a result of this initiative.
Do you have any feel for whether the impact you've had on Iran is impacting their ability to help Russia in their war against Ukraine?
So I think best to discuss that in a classified setting. Clearly, Iran and Russia have had a years-long relationship, particularly when it comes to drones.
So what are you most proud of? What are you most proud of that you've accomplished since you've had this role?
Absolutely, number 1, 2, and 3. I'm most proud of the men and women who executed an extraordinarily complex mission, the first major combat operations that the United States has seen in a generation, establishing, in my mind, the latest, greatest generation of American warriors.
Same question, General Anderson. What are you most proud of that you've accomplished so far?
Senator, I think I would agree with Admiral Cooper. That's the men and women of the very small footprint and very small amount of resources punch way above their weight class and have outsized impacts on the continent. What we just did in African Line in Morocco was significant in our largest exercise on the continent of bringing over 40 nations together to include over 36 African countries and nations as far away as Brazil and Japan. That ability to convene is one of the great powers of the United States, and it differentiates us from many others. So I am proud of the fact that we can do that and that we can not just pursue our own readiness, but actually bring multiple nations together to address common threats.
Thanks, both of you, and thanks to all the men and women that work for you.
Thank you very much, Senator. We have
Senator Rick Scott wrapping up his time there. I should note that we had the chance to speak with Senator Scott just last night We're going to play that interview for you coming up in a little bit. We talked about Iran. We talked about the president's visit to China. Talked about the unemployment in Florida and concerning trends when it comes to jobs here. So again, you'll hear from that interview coming up in just a little bit. We also heard from Senator Ashley Moody earlier in this hearing. We'll have her remarks and her questions for you coming up in a little bit as well. But right now, I want to get you to another live news conference that is going on. This is some officials with the Safe States Alliance and some others, including members of Congress, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, part of this news conference as well, where they are talking about the Keep America Safe Coalition, sounding the alarm for water safety and drowning prevention ahead of the Memorial Day holiday. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Jim McGovern, and thank them for joining us today and for their leadership every day in the House of Representatives on this very topic and on public health more generally. So first, we're going to hear from the two of them. They'll take questions, and then we will hear from our expert speakers who can tell you about their work on drowning prevention in communities. And that will be Ryan Greenstein, Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at YMCA of Metro Atlanta, and Tony Gomez, Manager of Violence and Injury Prevention at Public Health Seattle King County. So my pleasure to hand things off to Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Representative.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you to Representative McGovern and all the Safe States Alliance, YMCA, and No More Under leaders for gathering us around this critical public health crisis, both as the annual holiday dangers arise, but also as vital funding threats loom for drowning prevention. With Memorial Day weekend fast approaching, it is so critical for families to hear this because every drowning is an entirely preventable tragedy, and we know in the summer months, children are at their highest risk. It's no secret how much drowning prevention and water safety issues mean to me and all of us. I've fought to address this preventable public health emergency for years, dating back to my time in the Florida legislature when I passed the first state law focused on drowning prevention and pool safety. Drownings and non-fatal drowning-related injuries pose a significant threat to the safety and health of our children. Whether it's a pool, hot tub, a river, lake, or the ocean, drowning remains the leading cause of accidental death for children under the age of 5. And in my home state of Florida, we just had the deadliest year on record for child drownings. And as was mentioned, it's the first time that we've had a reversal here. 119 children tragically lost their lives in 2025. It's an excruciating loss to think about. I mean, you all know the stats. They are just heartbreaking. And behind each one is a young person, someone with hopes and dreams, or who have parents who had hopes and dreams for them and ambitions, tragically taken from us by an entirely preventable cause. And behind them is a family who will carry that loss with them for a lifetime. Every single person we lose to drowning is one too many. As a member of Congress, I feel a deep sense of obligation to end this scourge that continues to torment families across the nation. And it's a mission I started early. My work on the Virginia Graham-Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act, VGB, started back in 2007. For those who don't know, the bill is named for Virginia Graham-Baker, the granddaughter of former Secretary of State James Baker. When Virginia was just 7 years old, she was in a hot tub when the powerful drain suction trapped her underwater, causing her death. The culprit was a flat drain cover. The VGB law that I was able to pass required every public pool in America to install safe drain covers that prevent suction entrapment. It created a program so states and municipalities could implement these standards and educate pool owners and the public about drowning prevention. Since its enactment, I'm proud to tell you, VGB has saved countless lives. We've not had a single confirmed suction entrapment death anywhere in the United States. We should let that sink in because we know how to prevent these tragedies. That's why it's essential that this life-saving law is reauthorized this year so the legacy of Virginia Graham-Baker can continue. We absolutely have to make sure that we are focused on prevention. We have to make sure that we are getting the critical resources like that in the CDC's National Center on Injury Control, which is the only other program dedicated to preventing unintentional death and injury from drowning. Unfortunately, as you heard, this administration put a bullseye on this office's back. The entire CDC drowning prevention staff was laid off, and the president's FY27 budget proposes to eliminate the office completely. So in FY26, I fought back. I proudly secured $2 million for drowning prevention in the FY26 budget. and making sure that we can continue to have those resources and the team to implement the critical protection and prevention efforts that are so essential to prevent drownings. It comes right along with that. In a similar vein, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which runs VGB, is also targeted for elimination. CPSC has long been an independent agency responsible for ensuring dangerous products don't end up on the store shelves. It's responsible for recalling faulty drain covers and even dangerous above-ground pools. Just recently, CPSC issued its largest above-ground pool recall after several children were able to use a makeshift foothold to get in the water, which led to multiple deaths. This work is now in jeopardy because this administration wants to move the CPSC to a non-existent division under the Department of Health and Human Services. Instead of recalls being based in science, they could be subject to the whims of a political appointee. We cannot let this happen. Instead of cutting efforts for drowning prevention, we should be funding them, increasing them, because every dollar counts and every dollar makes a difference. I first joined the fight against drowning as a young state representative in the Florida House, and almost 30 years later, my passion and dedication to tackling this issue has only grown. Knowing that just one more child's life can be saved is all the motivation I needed, and I'm going to continue to make sure that we can stand in the gap and make sure that there are obstacles in the path of young children when supervision lapses and when the only thing they have in place is the law to protect them. I'm grateful to everyone here today for their dedication to combating this public health crisis that frankly goes overlooked by too many people. Spring may be coming to a close, but our collective fight to end the scourge of drowning continues, and we've only just begun to fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Congressman. Very well said. Congressman McGovern.
Well, thank you very much.
As this news conference continues right now, we are going to step aside and take a quick break. That is Congressman James McGovern, a Democrat from Massachusetts. You heard Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who represents South Florida in Congress, speaking about wanting an increase in funding for drowning prevention. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I do want to go ahead and get us back to this virtual news conference where we're hearing from several members of Congress, some advocacy groups as well, talking about the Keep America Safe coalition and really wanting to sound the alarm on water safety and drowning prevention ahead of a holiday weekend coming up next weekend when we're talking about Memorial Day, where folks are going to be spending a lot of time likely around the water. Pools, lakes, beaches, whatever the case may be. And so they're wanting to get that word out. Let's go ahead and listen back in as this news conference continues.
Ask their questions in one of two ways. You can either raise your hand and I'll call upon you. Please just make clear your name and your media outlet before you ask your question, or you can ask it in the chat and I'll read your question out loud for the representatives and they can answer. So we'll give everybody a minute to get their questions together.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I'm with WPTV in West Palm Beach, Jamie Ostroff, and this is an off-topic question for Representative Wasserman Schultz. I saw your statements responding to the New York Times reporting on the potential upcoming closure of Alligator Alcatraz. I know you've been out there for an oversight visit yourself. I'm just wondering, have you heard anything substantive that would confirm that the facility is closing? And if so, I guess I would ask you to at most, or whatever you can, speculate on the reason behind a potential closure.
Jamie, I want to have respect for everyone's time. If you want to reach out to my communications director, I'm happy to talk to you or any reporter about an off-topic question. But let's have the questions stick to the topic that we're here for.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. My name is Marilyn Shera, and I work for WGBH in Boston for Congressman McGovern. Hello, Congressman McGovern. How are you? I'm very interested in hearing if you can focus a little bit on Massachusetts and what this could mean. I know you had said you had learned how to swim when you were very young. What will this mean, especially for those children in the city, in Boston, in Worcester, in your areas of your district that may not be able to get lessons from the YMCA, that the funding won't be there, and especially for those areas where there are people of color that don't have access to be able to pay to go for swim lessons somewhere?
Well, thanks for the question. Look, I mean, I think the point that I'm trying to make, and I know Debbie's trying to make, is that if these cuts go through, the organizations that have partnered with the CDC to reduce drowning deaths will not have access to the tools they need to keep reaching out to people. Drowning kills on average of about 11 people a day, and that's not just a number. I mean, these are people who have friends and families and communities that painfully feel their absence. And it's also not efficient to cut the drowning prevention program. I mean, from the data that we have been given by CDC, unintentional drowning costs over $40 million in medical costs a year. I mean, so if people are not moved by the human tragedy that can occur when these programs are cut, then they and all they care about is dollars and cents. I mean, this is a terrible thing to do. So, look, Massachusetts, like Florida, I mean, we're on the coast, and so people, are in potential danger, not at the Cape, and they're in potential danger if the staff isn't there and the organizations are not there to allow people to learn how to swim. So anyway, these cuts would be devastating.
And Congressman McGovern, if I can just follow up, what would you like for people to do? Places like the YMCA in Boston, in Dorchester, in Worcester. How can they help push for this life-saving resources and the funding?
I want them to use their voices and their constituencies to tell Congress to not be stupid. To actually fight to protect these budgets, to fight to invest in these programs that will save the lives of our kids. and people have power, and sometimes they don't use it. I'm just telling, my message is use it. You have a voice, you have influence, you have power, use it. Call your member of Congress.
And so sorry, the congressman has to run right now.
Thank you.
But I will put my email in the chat, and if there are additional questions, you can reach
Can I
out.
ask one quick question real quick, just because
Yeah,
Scripps
go ahead.
News has done extensive reporting investigating deaths of children at vacation rental homes.
Yeah.
Should Congress be doing anything to require fences at these homes? We found more than 50 kids had died in Florida alone since 2021 at vacation rental homes, and many of those homes did not have fences.
I think we should, but Congress ought to be focused more on this topic. I mean, my worry is that budgets are being cut and having adverse impacts, and we're not even talking about what those impacts are going to be.
While the representative is heading off, I'm just going to jump in here and share. I mentioned that we have a National Water Safety Action Plan and that we have $2 million allocated for funding for this very work. We've talked about the water safety and sort of competency and swimming lessons. There are so many other areas where those funds are applied. So barriers and entrapment and electrical safety, that's one category. There's also work being done in the data and sort of the public health surveillance side that tells us exactly, to your point, Lori, what's happening, what are the circumstances surrounding these fatalities, so what we can do for prevention. And there's also work on the personal flotation devices side, rescue and CPR, lifeguards and supervision. So those $2 million cover a tremendous scope of activities that work on the prevention side.
Okay, next question's from Jennifer Gore from Word and Black.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for holding this. So Sharon was already commenting. Her comments were kind of heading in the direction that I'm trying to go in, which is to ask how much of this money is really allocated toward lessons, and especially in urban areas and even rural areas where we've talked about the disparities with African American children drowning more frequently or at a rate than higher than others. How much of this funding is actually allocated toward that kind of prevention and in those areas that are high risk areas? How does that get doled out? And what can people do about it? Who else can they call besides their Congress member to say, hey, we don't want this cut?
Jennifer, that's a great question. And also we have two other panelists, Ryan and Tony, so I would love to tag them in, and they also probably have remarks that they want to share as well. I don't know the specific answer to that question, so I'm happy to respond back to that afterwards with additional details. What I can tell you is that across the board, 80% of the Injury Center's funds go right back out the door to communities. So you can extrapolate that out with the understanding that the vast majority of that $2 million is going right back into communities across all of those different areas. And, that goes to hospitals, that goes to state health departments, and that goes to community partners like the Y to implement these various programs and interventions. Ryan, yeah, I see you come off mute there.
Yep, thanks, Sharon. And thank you for the question. So again, Ryan Greenstein, Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at the YMCA of Metro Atlanta. As part of that role, manage the Atlanta Water Safety Coalition. To the second half of your question about who else should they reach out to, municipalities have a huge role in reducing barriers to access. Atlanta in 2019, we made all of our pools free to residents. That was a local decision that brought down a lot of barriers. And similar, I know DC has done that, and other number of other cities have also taken steps to make pools free. We also would encourage some state legislatures as well. I know Florida recently just appropriated, I think, $500,000 for a new swim lesson voucher program. So there are other levels of government trying to do their part to either do scholarship swim lessons, make pools more accessible, and also create employment opportunities. Lifeguards, aquatics directors, those are all parks and rec issues at the local level. So would not limit just outreach just to Congress, to your question.
Okay, wonderful. I know, Jamie, I see your hand raised. We're going to backtrack for a second and properly introduce Tony Gomez and Ryan Greenstein, and just let them make their introductory remarks. And then we'll open the line back up for any remaining questions. So we're now going to
Getting ready to hear from a couple officials, one from Atlanta, one from Seattle. This is a news conference that is spanning the country here, an issue that is one that exists across localities all across the country. We know how important it is here in Florida as well because of our the prevalence of pools and beaches and lakes here and the high rate of death, unfortunately, that we see each year from drowning. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. Brooks, how are things looking on this Thursday?
Looking good out there, enjoying the weather today. You can see in the golf shirt. I wish I was playing golf. We're on assignment today, so no suit, but it is wonderful. I mean, talk about picking the weather. People joke, oh, you guys must make the weather because the weather is perfect and this is the day you chose to go outside. But yes, we've got low humidity, warm weather, no rain in the forecast. But you know the old saying that all good things come to an end? We've got a return to the humidity coming up this weekend. So without further ado, let's get right to the maps. So looking outside right now, we've got a beautiful shot of the beach, but with beauty comes the beast. And in this case, we've got a high risk for rip currents. In fact, the National Weather Service is recommending that folks stay out of the water. It's going to be rough out there. And if you do go in, make sure you do so near a lifeguard. All right, 79 degrees at 10, 81 at noon. So here we are. We're at that 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock hour, and then up to 83 by 2. A comfortable afternoon ahead. And we've got a series of, they're technically called cold fronts, but in this context, we're not really getting any colder. They're just drier air fronts. One moving through last night, another reinforcing shot this afternoon. So it's going to feel good. You can see that on the real-time satellite loop. This is showing actual data, not forecast data, which means that it's actually here. It's not just like a possibility of it getting here, it's here. And that reddish orange coloration is very dry air surging southward. And so we're going to have it here for the next 48 hours. Another way to illustrate it is now looking at our computer models. And in this case, the brown is dry air, the light green is comfortable air, and the dark green is that really tropical stuff. So through Friday, you can see the timestamp there below the word air. It says Friday, May 15th. And so through tomorrow, we'll be on the comfortable side. But then look what happens on Saturday and Sunday. Suddenly, the flow shifts from the southeast, and we have a surge of deep tropical humidity, which means we're going to be back to the muggy weather and back to the daily afternoon thunderstorm chances. All right, so here's future radar starting off tomorrow. A dry, beautiful day today. Tomorrow, a couple of clouds develop during the late afternoon and maybe a sprinkle along the coastline, but mostly it'll be a dry day tomorrow. And then a warm front comes through late tomorrow night into early Saturday morning, ushering in that wave of humidity. And then we're going to get into a situation where with heat and now humidity, we'll have a chance for afternoon thunderstorms from the sea breeze. Saturday, that happens along I-75, about a 30% chance for rain. And then on Sunday, we'll have a chance for thunderstorms in the Orlando, Deltona, Kissimmee area based on the orientation of the sea breeze. That looks to be about a 50 to 60% chance for some rain on Sunday. That could impact outdoor plans, by the way. So here's a look at the forecast. We're going to slip back into the muggy weather starting on Saturday. Now, Friday, we can't totally rule out a shower, but most of the action holds off. The only reason we're going to watch Friday carefully is that at 6:05 p.m. Friday, there's a planned launch of that Falcon 9. It's the resupply mission to the International Space Station. It's been scrubbed twice due to weather. Today, they're not going to do it. They're going to try again tomorrow, but hopefully they can get it in tomorrow because the rest of the forecast is going to be stormy just about every afternoon.
And the weather really has not cooperated this week for that resupply mission.
I know they're really looking forward to those chocolate chip cookies, and they just got to settle for bagged food until then. A little freeze-dried ice cream.
Well, I'm sure it will be worth the wait for them.
It will.
But hopefully don't have to wait that much longer. Fox
a few
35
more days.
Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
Garrett, my pleasure. Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday. Let's talk a little theme parks here because we've gotten quite a bit of new details about some things that are happening at Disney. So much news here. We have not one, but two guests joining us live right now via Zoom. We've got Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info, and Drew Smith. You know him as Drew the Disney Dude. Guys, thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Happy to be here.
Let's start by talking about Soarin' Across America. And because we just got some new details about all of this, some indications about the locations. Theron, you are clearly in the patriotic spirit here. What are we learning about the kind of changes for this ride to celebrate America 250 this year?
Yeah, I am so incredibly happy for this attraction. This is coming not just to Epcot here at Walt Disney World, but also to Disney California Adventure in California. Soaring has had its original version where they were flying over California, then the world, and now we are here soaring across America for the 250th anniversary. We don't know every single location, but what we do know are the spots that Disney has listed. We're going to the Hawaiian coasts, the New York Harbor, Mount Rushmore, the Grand Canyon, the New England coastline, and somewhere in the southern bayous. And we're going to have music that is going to be done by Bruce Broughton, which, if you don't know who that is, that's okay. If you've been on Spaceship Earth, if you ever went on Ellen's Energy Adventure, if you love that really classic Epcot music, we're getting that arrangement for this ride. It just feels like old school, classic Disney, the Disney that you knew from the early 2000s. And for me, I'm very, very excited. I'm already incredibly excited about America 250. I mean, I was born on 4th of July, so I'm a very patriotic person, and this is just adding on to it. Of all the things Disney's doing this year, this is the one that's got me the most excited.
And it's going to be neat, too, just to have some different locations, some new footage. I mean, just a really a way to experience that ride anew.
I'm also very interested to see what the smells are going to be, because we get an iconic smell with each ride. We had those oranges from the original version. Next, we had kind of the perfume smell when we came to the Around the World. Now I'm like, are we going to get barbecue? I feel like it's on the nose, but it kind of would just fit the United States. I don't know what noise or what smell we are going to get, but I think that Disney's got some secrets lined up. And with just these locations alone, it seems like they're doing a great job at the possible locations that we can visit. I'm also wondering, too, I feel like we have to visit Washington, D.C. They haven't said it, but I feel like it's going to be in there.
Yeah, you would certainly think so. All right, we also got a lot of new details about Bluey's Wild World that is going to be at the conservation station at Animal Kingdom. What have we been learning about this and what all this is going to entail?
Yeah, so Bluey and Bingo, they have kind of taken over the world, I feel like, in the last few years, and we're finally getting them here at Walt Disney World. Again, May 26th is one of the big Disney World's history, in my opinion. We have so much happening, and Bluey's Wild World at Conservation Station is just kind of adding to everything that's coming. Now, the big thing here is that because you have to get on the train to get back to Conservation Station, unfortunately, the capacity is not great by any means. So you're going to have to join the virtual queue either at 7 a.m. from outside the park or at 10 a.m. when you're actually inside the park at Animal Kingdom. So that's the only downside, but unfortunately that's what you have to do to get people back there and to where you don't have, this chaotic frenzy, people trying to get to the back of the park. You're also going to see wallabies and kangaroos in Animal Kingdom for the first time, which is awesome. So new actual Australian animals inside the park. And also something that I think is very important to know about Bluey's Wild World is that it's not a typical meet and greet. You're not getting in line to meet Bluey and Bingo and give them hugs and just grab pictures. This is like a dance party where kids can just join them and have fun. There's going to be a ton of bubbles in the finale, so it's more of a genuine, natural way to see these characters in the park. But virtual queue, dance party, wallabies, kangaroos, those are the main highlights there. And then everything else at Conservation Station, like the animal care, is staying from before.
I know the virtual queue, it certainly makes it a little bit more of a hassle, but it probably is one of those things where for something like this, especially given the popularity of Bluey and, like you said, just the logistical realities of getting to that part of the park, this is probably one of those times where, at least for a while, it's going to be necessary.
Yeah, unfortunately so. I'm not a big fan of the virtual queue by any means, but this is the one situation where I'm like, it would somehow be even worse if Disney wasn't doing a virtual queue. My only concern is that this is something where kids aren't going to understand if their parents get in the virtual queue. So I'm really hoping that people are aware of the virtual queue, and that's why I wanted to make such a big deal out of that, is really go onto the Walt Disney World website, the Disney World app, get familiar with that, because if your kids want to see Bluey and Bingo, you got to come through for them. So again, May 26th over at Animal Kingdom, that's the main highlight there for Cool Kids Summer. And then I guess if you haven't seen Zootopia Better Together yet since it opened, you could add that as well indoors in the AC, but that'll be a big one, and I'm looking forward to seeing them finally at Walt Disney World.
Yeah, you talk about Cool Kids Summer. What all can we expect going on with that?
It's really, what can we not expect at this point? I will say, last year, there was a lot of things that were happening for all of the theme park world. And Disney didn't have, I wouldn't say like a gigantic thing that happened. And it's because they were reserving absolutely everything for 2026. It's like, it felt like they just every month were like, oh, we're also doing this. We're also doing this. Hey, just so you know, we've got Muppets and Rock and Roller Coaster that's going to be happening. We're going to be changing some of the things over at Disney's Hollywood Studios to have more characters and more experiences. We've got a new Mickey Mouse Clubhouse show that you can go and see. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. Go over to Magic Kingdom, and we've now done Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. We've updated Buzz Lightyear. You can go and stay in the park later. We now have Wendy and Peter Pan are flying inside the park. There's a ton of stuff. If you go to the park in the early morning, and if you're staying at a Disney hotel, you can see more characters inside of the park. It's just a lot of stuff is happening, and a lot of discounts and deals too.
Yeah, to that end, we also got some new details about a new ticket deal for Florida residents. So walk us through this and what our options are.
Yeah, this one they literally just announced at 11 a.m. So I'm very glad that they announced it before we came on here because, just kind of adding on to what Theron said, there's things happening at every single park. And now you can visit all of these things for as low as $65 per day throughout the entire summer season. Again, $65 if you're a Florida resident, and you can go to 7 new and updated attractions throughout the entire summer season. This is one of the biggest, again, periods we've seen for updates from Rock and Roller Coaster, Walt Disney Studios Courtyard. Also something that we didn't mention, but this deal goes through October 3rd. The magic of Disney Animation will be open by then at Hollywood Studios. So you're going to get even more value if you wait to the end, the back half of this offer. But something for me and my audience is people always ask me, hey, what are the current offers going on? And there's been so many recently, and this one kind of just adding on to the heat of everything coming so soon. It's great to see. So that 2-day ticket, you're not getting as much value as the 4-day ticket, but hey, I think there's so much going on at all 4 parks. Then if you really want to go to all 4 parks and do one per day, then you really can't go wrong there, in my opinion. Just with, like Theron mentioned, Big Thunder to Buzz to the new things on May 26th. There's just so much going on. And if you really want to check it out for a great deal, this is the way to go with everything you guys see on screen right now.
So none of the parks are off limits for this. You can use it at any of them.
Yeah, so it's 1 park per day unless you buy the park hopper option. So for example, if you bought that 4-day ticket at $259, you could only go to Magic Kingdom one of the days. You can't go all 4 days. Just 1 park per day until you cover all 4 of them in whichever order that you prefer, if that makes sense. But then Disney does offer that park hopper option. I'm not sure on the exact pricing on that, but DisneyExperiences.com just launched like the full article with all the details. But I just think it's important to, not only are they investing in the new things where that money is being spent, but you can also go into the park for like $100 cheaper if you live here. And as we're on Fox 35 Orlando, I'm assuming a large amount of people watching right now live here. So take advantage of this and go have fun and check out everything new. It's a great time to be a Disney fan, in my opinion.
Yeah, the perks of living so close to the theme parks, that's for sure. Anything else, guys, that you want to make sure people know about before we let you go?
I would say to stay tuned over the next 2 weeks, because as Disney is going to be debuting all of this stuff, May 26th is kind of the last day, but there's stuff that's happening all the way up until then, including May 22nd, The Mandalorian and Grogu. That movie is going to come out, and then they're also updating the ride. That is yet another thing that they're going to be doing this month. So I think really stay tuned, as just things are going to keep dropping and dropping and dropping. If we're hearing more stuff, more reviews, and even like the virtual queue, Disney will definitely test it out. It might turn out that in a week they don't need it. That's really just there for kind of the initial crowds. So stay tuned, because the theme park news, it's certainly not slowing down.
Yeah, and real quick, just to add on to what Theron just said, is that Soarin' Across America cast member previews actually begin tomorrow. So it opens on May 26th. Tomorrow we're going to get kind of like our first look with photos and videos, and then Muppets Rock and Roller Coaster, that stuff's coming up very soon as well. So just a lot to look forward to, I guess, before, the actual date. And yeah, Theron, you said it best. And I know Theron is super pumped about Soarin'. So when we were talking about that today, I'm like, there's no better person in my eyes than Theron to talk about Soarin'. So lots to look forward to beginning actually tomorrow morning.
Theron, will you take your flag with you for your first ride on Soarin' Across America? Will you wave it across America?
I got the bucket from Home Depot. I am prepped for all of the Americana stuff this year. We'll see what they allow me to take onto the ride, but I am going out in the full gear. I bought the thing. I got the shorts. You probably can't see those, but I got the American flag shorts and everything. I'm going in there full Americana. We'll see if they stop me.
Yeah, hey, celebrating the right way. Theron White, Drew Smith, always enjoy talking with you guys. Thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Happy to
see y'all very soon. More to come.
All right. We are going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to show you some new body camera video that we just got into our newsroom, showing the moments that a deputy in Marion County was believed to have been stabbed multiple times while he was responding to a suspicious person call. This happened in Dunellen back on, May 13th, yesterday, I guess it was. Wow. This deputy, Robert Fitch, attacked and stabbed multiple times. Then the suspect who stabbed him, they say, ran into the woods where he was confronted and then arrested by other deputies. In the arrest report, authorities say that this suspect told the deputies he wanted to kill him and said, quote, "I should have killed you." You're going to see some of this video. It's about 3 or so minutes long. You kind of get a feel for the situation here. The suspect is now facing charges. He is, 38-year-old Heriberto Medina Marquez, who is facing charges, being held right now in jail without bond. Here is that body camera video just into our newsroom.
Hey, partner. Hey, buddy. Hey, motherfucker! '67, 62 Marine. He's signal 55.
26.
Hispanic, male, green shirt. He's running through the woods right now. I believe he's got a knife. Come here now!
26. HLB 1033 for now. Current any unit in the area of 11770 Northwest 11th Place, signal 13 India, signal 55.
Get your hands now!
67, 62 advising. Hispanic male, green shirt, running through woods with knife.
Yeah.
Background 10-9. 51. 51. Lima 2199. 201. 26, 1039.
Did he say that this subject tried to stab him?
That's 10-4.
He had something in his hand. I can't confirm if it was a knife, but I was on the ground and he was steady hitting my chest. But my vest got it.
26.
Come here now! Put your hands up! The subject's crossing the road right now. He's got something in his left hand. I can't tell what it is. Lay down on the ground now! Get on the ground! Get on the ground now! Drop what you got and get on the ground now! He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Get on the ground now! He's got a knife. Yeah, because he come at me fast. I almost shot him earlier. Get on the ground!
Get on the ground! Get on your stomach! Get on your
Watch
stomach!
that knife.
Get on your stomach!
Watch the knife.
Put your hands behind your back! Hands behind your back!
Don't
move.
reach for anything!
Don't even move!
I'm going to kick that knife
Don't
away.
even move! If you move and you grab that
Two
knife,
knives.
you're gonna get shot. Do you understand
I'll kick the knives away.
I don't care what you grab.
Wait
for backup. Wait for backup. If you move, you're gonna get tased. Do you understand?
How about myself? Why are you calling for backup? Because you were trying
60, we got him detained.
I should have killed you. You know that, right? I should have killed you. Okay. You're lucky I didn't. You know that, right? You should thank God for that. I would have killed you in your neck. I would have stabbed you in your neck. You're lucky I didn't. Thank God for that.
Yeah, once in custody there, you could hear the suspect saying, I should have killed you, and talked to a couple of other remarks there at the end. You saw how quickly all of this happened, how that played out at the very beginning of that body camera video. Certainly a scary situation there before they were able to get him into custody. Again, that suspect, Marquez, being held at the Marion County Jail without bond. We'll continue to follow up and bring you updates on this story. Right now, we are also we're still monitoring a number of things at this hour as we approach the noon hour. We are going to go ahead and take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now on Capitol Hill, where the Senate Armed Services Committee is continuing to question the CENTCOM commander. talking about the defense posture amid the ongoing conflict in Iran and other tensions around the world. At the beginning of our 11 o'clock hour, we were able to hear from Senator Rick Scott of Florida, who had the chance to ask some questions. I want to play for you now, as we heard just a little bit ago, in fact, it was just a few minutes before we came on air here, that we heard from Senator Ashley Moody, another Republican from Florida, with the chance to ask some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here today. Admiral Cooper, General Anderson, thank you for your leadership to the men and women of CENTCOM and AFRICOM. Thank you for everything that you have done over the course of your careers and are continuing to do to serve our country. And I see there are so many men and women with you, behind you, to support these efforts today, to speak with us, to meet with us, to answer our questions. I know a lot of preparation goes into that, and so I thank you as well. Admiral Cooper, the fight you're leading, certainly with CENTCOM under your command, I'm always proud to say that that is from my home, based in my home county in Florida, Hillsborough County, Florida. That's where I was born and raised. It's been there since 1983, 43 years of commanding operations like we're involved in today. So proud to have you here, sir. Florida is so involved, from SOCOM, Space Forces Central, Patrick Space Force Base, Cape Canaveral. We're both the command hub and launch pad for most all conflict. So we are proud to be that, proud to be a stakeholder in everything that's done within the military. And so on behalf of all the service members in Florida, civilian and their families, we want to say thank you to them. I am the newest member of this committee. It's always interesting to me to hear the different perspectives from other members on this committee. You would think from some of the questioning previously that the United States willy-nilly abandoned all diplomatic efforts, didn't think through that. There was no justification. And I'm wondering, I know, if you could tell me, Admiral Cooper, what is your background working with CENTCOM and all of the leadership positions you've held?
Senator, first, thank you for the question, and thanks for your time yesterday, and thanks for your leadership. Thousands of Floridians are serving in the Middle East today, and they're serving honorably.
And what specifically have been your roles with CENTCOM?
I've been focused on the Middle East for the last 5 years, 3 years of which we're serving in Bahrain as the fleet commander, and then about 16 months as the deputy commander prior to my current position.
And how long have you been familiar with Iran and its leadership and its attacks against the United States?
I've studied or been a part of it for the better part of 3 decades, particularly acutely in the last 5 years.
And leading up to February 28th, months prior to that, what was jarring to you that you saw different than what had been for those many decades that you've been involved?
I think it's important to note, just in the 30 months before Epic Fury commenced, Iran and its proxies had been attacking U.S. service members and diplomats about 350 times.
Can you repeat
that?
that?
About every third day. Iran and its proxies attacked American service members 350 times in the Middle East.
I don't think that Americans were aware of that in the 30 months that they had attacked Americans or their service members 350 times. Does that surprise you that I would say that? That I don't believe the everyday American going to work knew that?
It's disappointing, but between the actions of proxies in Iraq and Syria, as well as the Houthis, that's simply the fact of what happened.
And the months leading up to that decision, that very serious decision on February the 28th, what were your concerns regarding the proliferation of missiles or the ability of the United States to do anything if that nuclear threat escalated?
Senator, in this venue, what I would say is, since our number one priority is to prevent a nuclear-capable Iran, I always, every day, focused on that problem. But what we saw in the weeks and months leading up to Epic Fury was an increase in the production capability of ballistic missiles, which presented a very significant risk both to the partners and ourselves, and this is why it was part of our military objectives to eliminate those missiles and equally, if not more importantly, eliminate the ability for Iran to generate any more.
And those couple of months leading right up until that, you saw a dramatic escalation in that ability on Iran's part?
That's correct. Between starting in about November and December, you started to see an increase in Iran's capability and intent to produce more ballistic
And
missiles.
if we couldn't have neutralized that threat diplomatically, does there come a point where that's not an option anymore, where there may be a slippery slope where we can't get back to our ability to be effective to quell that threat?
Without crossing into classified lanes, the short answer is yes. Iran had a large-scale capability to produce ballistic missiles beyond which could potentially be defended. I think that's a very important point. The second point is that capability has been virtually eliminated.
And I believe I heard you say at this point you believe Epic Fury has satisfied its mission.
Senator, we met every military objective for Epic Fury.
And what is the difference between where we were on the 28th of February and right now?
If I used a couple of examples, the Iranian Navy went from harassing throughout the region and being a regional power to having no Navy.
So now that was just moments ago. I'll give you a live look right now at this hearing as it continues. We are also tracking some other breaking national news this afternoon that President Trump's Border Patrol chief announcing his resignation, Mike Banks, saying he's resigning effective immediately, telling Fox's Bill Malugin, it's just time. I feel like I got the ship back on course from the least secure, disastrous, chaotic border to the most secure border this country has ever seen. Time to pass the reins. 37 years. It's time to enjoy the family and life. So that coming in now, the U.S. Border Patrol chief announcing his resignation. We are also keeping an eye today, given all of these tensions in the U.S., the United Nations just saw U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, speaking here at this news conference. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes here.
From Bloomberg News. I'd really love to hear some more details about how the funds are going to be used. I know in December you said they were going to be going to a pool, but is this going to be more earmarked? And then how are you planning or not on attributing future funds? Like, are there some goals that the organization needs to meet in order to guarantee that more money will flow in?
So it's the same model that we pioneered, and as Tom said, they've produced a public dashboard so you can see exactly where the $2 billion went. It's built on a hyper-prioritized plan, global humanitarian overview, and then our teams went down country by country, sector by sector, targeted it to the life-saving needs. And so it's a pooled fund vehicle. I think we signed that framework agreement. There are requirements around accountability, around impact tracing, about prioritization, about ensuring no diversion, about all those other things. But other than that, it's not. It is supposed to be flexible because we've done all the work to identify exactly what we're spending it on, which is core life-saving stuff.
Yeah, and just to underline that, thanks, Angelina, and to mention that the other country that we didn't mention earlier, which is being added to the list, is Central African Republic. I know that Ambassador Bartos was there just recently, and our teams made a very strong case for their inclusion on the list as well. So it's a longer list of countries, but you can find all of that online, and you can see the different sectors that we're supporting, the different organizations we're supporting throughout these efforts. As we described earlier on, we have adapted, and it's not, my one small correction to Jeremy's point, it's not just OCHA that's adapted, it's the humanitarian system, the humanitarian community that has adapted as a whole, and we're continuing to learn and adapt and evolve and make sure we maximize the amount of funding that we get to those who are in such desperate need globally. And doing that, of course, as part of the UN80 reforms that Ambassador Waltz also described, improving procurement, supply chains, common premises, all under the leadership of the SG's UN80 initiative. So this is real practical progress, but we can't relax because those needs are out there and we're determined to deliver. Thank you.
Can I just make one more comment on the ultimate way to drive down the people in need, and therefore the cost to save their lives, is to continue with processes for peace, with political processes. And whether that's Azerbaijan, Armenia, DRC, Rwanda, Sudan in the Quad process, Libya, Western Sahara, I can continue going on and on. This administration is driving those processes through not only through our special envoys, but here in the Security Council. That's how we work, Tom and OCHA and this entire humanitarian sector. If we can't eliminate it, significantly reduce it, and we have to tie it. I just wanted to be sure to tie those two things together.
And the president has spent so much time personally on peace. And there's, you know, many of you guys will criticize every little thing. Oh, this deal has stalled or everything else like that. He is dedicating a lot of time and attention and political attention on peace processes in places that for a long time have been forgotten, like Sudan, which is the world's greatest humanitarian crisis. I mean, not to get overly political here, how much time did Joe Biden spend on Sudan as that crisis was getting out of control? How much time, I'm serious, not a lot, as the needs kept on growing and growing and growing. So they spent more and more poorly targeted money year after year and said that's, you know, how we're going to fix it. So President Trump is focusing on peace, which is the root of it all, while also focusing on the humanitarian sector at the back end.
Thanks, everyone.
That's a news conference coming to an end. We did hear from UN Ambassador Mike Waltz, who is a former congressman from here in Central Florida, answering some questions and talking about that funding and some ways to continue to find peace across around the world, I should say. Let's go ahead and take our first break here on Fox 35 News Plus in this noon hour. When we come back, I want to let you know we are still standing by for remarks today from the Vice President, who's traveling to Maine right now, where he's going to make some more remarks on fraud. We heard him talk yesterday a little bit about that and the Trump administration crackdown on that, Medicaid fraud specifically across the country. So we're going to hear from him. We'll hear from Governor DeSantis this afternoon, who's going to speak in North Florida. That's scheduled for 1 o'clock. And then on the other side of this break, we're going to listen in to a news conference from a candidate for governor who held a news conference in Orlando today where he was talking about the concern of rising gas prices and some things that he wants to see the state do to combat that. So we're going to hear from James Fishback coming up in just a few minutes. Right now, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to get you to this news conference earlier today where we heard from James Fishback, who is a Republican candidate for governor, holding a news conference in Orlando where he was talking about gas prices. We know that they have been on the rise since this conflict in Iran began. And it's one of the things that Fishback criticized today the ongoing effort there and the impact it's having on families here in Florida, specifically at the pump, with the prices at the pump. And so he called for specific action from the governor, from the state legislature, to take steps to give some relief to folks here in Florida and take steps to lower gas prices, suspend the gas tax. And so I want to play for you some of this news conference. This was Republican gubernatorial candidate James Fishback speaking in Orlando earlier.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is James, generation Floridian from Broward County, here in Orange County at the Sunoco off of Colonial Drive, to talk about an issue that is keeping far too many Floridians up at night, and that is the rising gas price. 2 months ago at this gas station, gas was $2.84. Today, it's $4.35, a $1.50 increase in just 2 months, the largest gas price increase in Florida history for that short period of time. We all know why that is. That's because Washington, D.C. has found ourselves engulfed in another forever war in the Middle East. The merits of that war, I've been clear from the very beginning, are not there. I supported President Trump's decision last summer to eliminate Iran's nuclear facilities in Operation Midnight Hammer. I've been clear since this war began in late February that it was a mistake and that Floridians would pay the price, especially at the pump. So we can debate the Iran war some other day, but what is not up for debate is the fact that gas prices are too high here in Florida, and it's time to bring them down to deliver real relief for the young teacher in Orange County, the senior citizen in Apopka who's trying to make ends meet, and the working family who's trying to get to and from work on I-4. This morning, I am calling on Governor DeSantis to call the legislature into a special session to do something about the gas price. This is not rocket science on how we can eliminate the price increase and deliver real relief. Obviously, in the long term, we have to get out of this war, not just for the price at the pump, but for the troops that are in harm's way, the 13 service members who have already lost their lives in the war with Iran. But the legislature can fix this with the stroke of a pen, a simple majority that the governor can sign into law. When you fill up your tank twice a week, as I do, you'll know that there is a hidden tax every time you do so. Here in Florida, it is 32 cents a gallon that is directly controlled by a Republican-led legislature where we have a supermajority in both the House and the Senate. 32 cents a gallon is what the legislature can do and immediately eliminate that amount, cutting gas prices overnight by 32 cents. Think of it this way. The start of this war, gas prices were $2.84. Now they're $4.35, a $1.50 increase. That means for the average Florida family, you're paying $22 more every time you fill up your tank. Once a week, twice a week. That really eats into our pockets at a time when inflation is not coming down and we vote for real relief. The legislature cannot reverse that entire increase. But what the legislature can do is they can bring gas prices down by 32 cents a gallon immediately by suspending the state gas tax and associated taxes that falls under the legislature's control and deliver real relief for Florida families. In 2024, Americans of all walks of life, Floridians from communities like this one, stood up and rejected the idea of foreign wars and embraced the idea that we could bring down inflation like gas prices here at home. Florida families did not sign up for the war with Iran, and they should not pay the price for the rising gas prices driven by the war with Iran. We're soon to enter hurricane season. We're heading into the family travel season, the summer season. And at a time when paychecks have not kept up with inflation, rising gas prices are eating into already stretched wages in this economy. It's very simple. The next governor of Florida has a duty to look out guard against inflation, make sure that a dollar actually goes far here in Florida at the gas pump, but also with the everyday expenses of property insurance, auto insurance, and property tax. That's why, as governor, I'm running on an affordability mandate to make life in Florida more affordable again. It shouldn't cost this much to fill up a tank. It shouldn't cost as much as it is for you to pay for your insurance. It shouldn't cost this much to drive on our roads. I'm running for governor to make a state that we can all afford once again. That starts with eliminating the gas tax when we're at times of war so we don't pay for Washington, D.C.'s egregious foreign policy mistakes. It also means eliminating tolls for Florida residents and shifting that cost burden on out-of-state tourists and out-of-state truck drivers. But Governor DeSantis, who I know has been an ally of Floridians in his last 8 years, should call the legislature into a special session and eliminate the state gas tax so long as this war continues. 2020 was a year that Republicans and Democrats will never forget. It's a year where the affordability and inflation crisis kicked into high gear. But 2026 is a year where Republicans and Democrats can look out for their neighbors here in Orange County, that when you come to the Sunoco on Colonial Drive, a small business owned by Mr. Amit Gill, you know that your legislatures fought for you to eliminate the gas tax temporarily and deliver real relief for Florida families. In the last 2 months, gas prices are up $1.50 a gallon. On a 15-gallon tank, that means the average Florida family is paying more than $22 extra every time they fill up. Policymakers in Tallahassee can't end the war with Iran, but they can curb the inflation that you're feeling at the pump by eliminating the hidden 32-cent gas tax that falls directly under their control. We have no problem extending tax breaks to the largest companies in Florida. We have no problem extending tax breaks to the billionaires in Palm Beach, Miami. But it's time to extend a tax break for young couples, for working families, and for seniors who are making ends meet. Governor DeSantis has been the greatest governor in the history of our state. I'm a Republican. I believe that Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Teddy Roosevelt showed us the way on delivering a conservative vision for the state of Florida. But even though I'm a Republican, I am running for every single Floridian. Whether you look like me or you don't, whether you fill up at the Sunoco on Colonial Drive or at a Wawa off of International Drive, whether you are rich or poor, black or white, straight or gay, Christian, Muslim or Jew, know that when I run for governor, I am fighting for you. And the best way that our government leaders can fight for us is to end the taxation that we feel at the pump at a time when another foreign war is underway. I'm calling on Governor DeSantis to temporarily suspend the gas tax so long as the Iran war continues, delivering real relief at the pump, cutting gas prices overnight by 32 cents a gallon, and making life here in Florida a little bit more affordable. Thank you very much. Question, Sean. What do you got?
It might not be more affordable. Somebody that drives a Mustang said I have to fill up twice a week. So how can you bring the prices down even lower? I got to get premium.
That's a great question. And so it's going to vary gas station by gas station. The truth is that the state governor does not control the Pentagon, does not control the military. That's going to fall on our leaders in Washington, D.C. I have said from the very beginning the war with Iran was a mistake because President Trump had successfully denuclearized Iran last summer in Operation Midnight Hammer. What we can do at the state level is temporarily suspend the gas tax, eliminating that 32-cent tax that is assessed every time you fill up. That is real money. That's $6 every single time you come to the pump. Imagine reading the gas pump knowing that you could save an extra $6 every time you fill up, twice a week, $12 a week, $48 a month. That's real money that goes far for Florida families. That is not going to make your budget. That is not going to suddenly make the inflation concerns disappear. But government should not let perfect be the enemy of good. We should recognize that when and where we can deliver relief for Florida families, for young couples, for public school teachers, for law enforcement officers, for our seniors, our corrections officers, our small business owners. Where we can deliver relief at the pump, we should. $4.35. Hard to believe that gas prices were just $2.84. Not a year ago, not 6 months ago, 2 months ago. A lot can happen when Democrats and Republicans in D.C. decide they want to start another war. You know, as a Republican, I am vehemently against foreign conflicts. I've spoken out since this disastrous war started. I've rejected the foreign wars of George Bush, even though he's a Republican and I am. But I've also rejected the foreign wars of Barack Obama and of Joe Biden. I believe that as Republicans, we have to, yes, stand up to those in the Democrat Party when they screw things up, but you also have to be willing to stand up against your own party. And the Republicans in Washington, D.C. are making a disastrous mistake. The way we bring down gas prices to where they were 2 months ago is by ending this war in Iran, getting our troops out of harm's way. But in the meantime, in between time, Republicans and Democrats in Tallahassee should not make excuses, should not try to decide what is perfect versus what is good. Suspend the gas tax so long as we are in this war with Iran. Immediately lower the gas price overnight by 32 cents a gallon, saving Florida families $6 every single time they fill up. That is real relief for Florida families, and that's what I would do as governor. Yes. Go there.
More of a Maha-related issue, but Floridians have been fighting to keep the 5G cell towers back from their homes. But there's been a state law, preemption, keeping local communities from regulating these towers. These are threatening our health and our property values, and really it's part of the surveillance grid that's being put right outside of our children's bedroom windows. As Florida governor, would you help us restore home rule so that local communities can actually have setbacks on these dangerous cell towers?
Yes, I would. And whether it's 5G cell towers or AI data centers, local communities deserve to have a say in what happens in their own backyard. In the same way, we don't want Washington, D.C. telling us how to live in Orange County. We don't want bureaucrats in Tallahassee, who Lord knows would never live next to a 5G tower or an AI data center, to force us to live next to one. So I am for eliminating the preemption that has stripped away the authority of county commissions and city councils to regulate what happens in our own backyard, and that's the right thing to do for our neighbors here in Orange County. Yes, sir.
Currently, you are trailing, this is from our recorded request.
Sure.
Currently, you are trailing Byron Donalds, and recent polls have you in single digits. Will that turn around? And if so, how would you make that happen?
That's a great question. The latest poll from Byron Donalds himself, a poll that he commissioned and paid for, has me in second place. So if Byron Donalds' own poll, which I'm sure has all sorts of funky methodological creatures in it, has me in second place, I'm probably closer to first. Floridians deserve a governor that is going to show up and take their questions. I look forward to seeing Congressman Donalds on the debate stage in Tampa on Fox on July 21st, where Floridians will get to see his vision for Florida and my vision. His vision is very different. He has said time and again he wants more AI data centers. He wants more hedge funds. He wants to make us the financial capital of the world. I don't want any of that. I want to bring back Florida citrus. I want to protect Florida families. I want to make sure that your kids and grandkids can get a great paying job and they can buy a home and our seniors can retire with dignity. We have very different priorities, and at the end of the day, the only poll that matters is on August 18th, 2026 in the Republican primary, and every single Floridian should turn out to vote, make sure that they are registered as a Republican to do so, and to have a voice in who the 47th governor of the Sunshine State is going to be. Yes, please.
You've drawn a lot of young voters to your events. What are those young conservatives seeing in you?
Well, I'm handsome and charming, and I think that's what a lot of young voters want to see in a candidate. But in all seriousness, I think young voters, and I am one of them. So my age or younger are facing an existential crisis in two ways. The youth unemployment rate is double that of the national average. No one's hiring. And they're doing that because they can instead hire cheap foreign labor from India or China using the H-1B immigration program, or they can freelance and outsource that work to South or Central America. I've been clear. If you're a Florida-based company, you have to hire Floridians. Just because you can hire someone cheaper in the Philippines or in India doesn't mean you're going to sidestep somebody from FAMU or UCF or USF. You got to deliver for Florida families here at home. So if you're a Florida company, when I'm governor, get used to having a governor who is going to make sure that you have every incentive in place to hire good graduates from Valencia, from Rollins College, from UCF, and colleges all over our state. And the second thing I'm hearing from young Floridians is, I can't buy a home. Home prices in Florida are out of control. You have private equity firms like Blackstone and BlackRock buying up, hoarding up homes, locking out young couples from the possibility of home ownership. I've made clear that as governor, I would ban those Wall Street firms from coming into our neighborhoods, buying up our homes, and preventing our next generation of young families from buying a home, getting married, having kids, starting a family, and living out the full arc of the American dream. So to come full circle, why are young Floridians voting and aligning with our campaign in such a strong way? They want someone who speaks the truth about the joblessness crisis facing them and speaks the truth about the home ownership crisis, and I am the guy for the job.
I have more.
Please.
Okay. You've been critical of U.S. support of Israel and believe immigration policies should be tougher. Can you explain those points?
Absolutely. So my criticism is not for Jewish Floridians. I believe that the next governor needs to fight for Jewish Floridians in the same way that I, as a Christian, would fight for Christian Floridians. But I've had real disagreements with the Netanyahu government in a personal capacity. They fund abortions up until the moment of birth. They offer free health care to every single one of their citizens, and we pay for it, and we still can't offer health care to our disabled vets here in Florida and to working families. So I have a clear distinction between my criticisms of Israel and what I would do here at home. But my struggle is that Tallahassee Democrats and Republicans are lending $385 million to the Israeli government as we stand here today. Let me be clear. I don't care if it's Sweden, if it's Australia, if it is Switzerland. The government of the state of Florida should not lend our money to any foreign government. $385 million could go a long way for the graduates of FAMU or Bethune-Cookman, for USF or UCF, for a young public school teacher who's trying to make ends meet, or a law enforcement officer who wants to retire early after being injured on the job. My goal is simple. Our money should not be given to a foreign government. That's why, as governor, I'll divest the $385 million that is currently being lent to the Israeli government. I'll bring that money back home, and I'll start investing in Florida communities once again. To your second question on immigration, two things can be true at the same time. The United States has been benefited by immigration in our history. Some of our greatest poets, our greatest academics, our greatest scientists have come from Western Europe to contribute. But it's also the case that the immigrants who came on Ellis Island are very different than the immigrants who came to our country under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's so-called leadership. The immigrants who came on Ellis Island spoke English, committed themselves to the American experiment, did not rely on food stamps, government assistance, and free hotel rooms. The immigrants who came here under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they got SNAP cards, EBT, Obama phone, and $500 a night free hotel rooms. And so some things are just about the truth. The United States is full. Florida is full. Until we can take care of a young black mom living in downtown Orlando to make sure that her kids can go to a school that doesn't fail them, until we can take care of a law enforcement and corrections officer who's struggling with inflation and pay that is not kept up, until we can take care of our seniors who are staring down the prospect of property tax and property insurance doubling every 5 years, until we can take care of them, I'm sorry, we're too busy and we can't take care of anyone else, and that includes our friends abroad. As a Christian, I believe we should pray for those in other countries who maybe want it to be a little bit better back home. But my view is that fight for your country where you are. God put you there for a reason. Let us take care of families across Florida, white families, black families, Christian, Jewish, Muslim families, public school teachers, police officers, small business owners. They deserve a governor that is going to fight for them, not be preoccupied with foreign immigration or foreign governments.
What's wrong, in your view, with the prevailing poll frontrunner Byron Donalds when it comes to leading Florida?
So Little known fact, I actually had dinner with Byron Donalds before I decided to run. 3 hours at the Capitol Grill in Naples, and I want to thank Congressman Donalds for picking up the check because that calamari was a little bit overpriced, to be honest. But Byron Donalds is a good man. He is a father of 3 young boys. I've met them. He has a beautiful wife, Erica. This is not about him versus me. It's not about the who. It's about the what. What vision for Florida do you want? Byron Donalds represents New Florida. He has said time and again he wants to speed up the construction of AI data centers. He said, quote, we have plenty of pristine land to build on. He wants to build 800,000 new homes when Floridians are pushing back on the reckless overdevelopment and overpopulation. I am fighting not for New Florida, as Byron Donalds is. I'm fighting for something called Old Florida. I want to get back to the Florida where you can raise a family on a single income if you so choose. I want to get back to the old Florida where a public school teacher can make a living market wage and not have to pay for school supplies for her kids. I want to go back to the Florida where you can buy a home and be married before the age of 30. I want to get back to a Florida where my grandparents can retire with dignity. And so I'm not worried about becoming the financial hub of the world for billionaire hedge funds. I'm concerned about being the citrus capital, the farming capital, the cattle capital, the aviation aerospace capital, and right here in Orange County, we know it best, the tourism, hospitality, and leisure capital of Florida. One of the first calls that I'll make is to Disney CEO Bob Iger. I'll tell Bob Iger directly, you might have voted differently than me. You and I might have different political opinions about a range of subjects, but there's no denying that you are the #1 employer in Central Florida, both directly and indirectly. And if Disney succeeds, that means that Florida workers, hotels, restaurants, and gas stations like this, owned by Mr. Amit Gill on Colonial Drive, will succeed. And so what sets Byron Donalds and me apart is he's a politician. Byron Donalds has been a politician for the past 10 years, 4 years at the state legislature, and now 6 years in the United States Congress. Let's be clear. If Byron Donalds had a plan to make your life more affordable, why hasn't he done it already? He's been in the State House. He's been in the U.S. Congress. He's had every opportunity to suspend the gas tax, to eliminate property taxes, to push for health care relief, to push for property tax relief, to push for property insurance relief, auto insurance relief. What I am is I'm not a business politician. I am a business guy. I'm coming here with the experience as a 4th-generation Floridian, as a kid who rode the city bus on my way to school, the city bus that my dad drove. I'm the son of an immigrant from South America, growing up speaking Spanish, but knowing that there's a deep appreciation because my mom abandoned her allegiance to a foreign country, and like many immigrants in Central Florida, committed themselves singularly and exclusively to the United States of America. I have one concern as governor. That is not to fight a culture war. That is to fight the affordability war, to make life in Florida affordable once again. I'm not promising anything extra. I'm not trying to be the next Dubai or Singapore or New York, as Byron Donalds has said. I want to be the Florida that I grew up in the 1990s, the Florida that you or your parents or your grandparents grew up in, a Florida where you could afford a job, afford to live, afford to buy a home, afford to pump up gas, and not wonder how you're going to pay for groceries on the way home now that you're paying $22 extra every time you fill up. My view is clear. Affordability, public safety, conservation, education, strong families. Byron Donalds, he's a father of 3 incredible young men. I've met them. I know them. I've had dinner with the man. But at the end of the day, they're not voting based on who the man is. They're voting on what vision that man has for Florida. And I'm here in Orange County to tell you and ask you to earn the opportunity for you to hire me as your next governor. Not to vote for me, but to hire me as your next governor. Please.
A judge this year ordered you to turn in stock certificates and other assets related to investment. Voters want to know if they can trust you to handle the state budget of over $110 billion. What would you tell them?
It's a great question. So, I got to be honest. When I screw up, I'm going to admit it. My former boss, David Einhorn, gave me an opportunity. I cold called him. I sent him an email asking for a job. And I was a young kid who didn't have an impressive resume. and he gave me an opportunity to work at a pretty prestigious investment firm. And I did very well. I let my ego get in the way, and instead of telling him I was going to start a competing business, I started a competing business and abruptly left in the middle of the year. I broke my contractual commitment to not compete with his firm by competing with his firm and taking several of his investors, and that was wrong for me to do. I've apologized to my former boss, and I've recognized that when you screw up, when someone gives you an opportunity like he gave me, a skinny kid with a funny name with honestly not a very impressive resume at the time as a 24-year-old, I deserved to go to him man to man and tell him that I was starting my own business, and in many respects ask him for his blessing and definitely not abruptly leave in the middle of the year. I've made my fair share of mistakes, but I ask not to be judged by my mistakes, but asked to be judged on how I reflect on those mistakes. And I'm here to tell you it was a mistake that I abruptly left my investment firm to start a competing firm and to violate my contractual agreement not to compete with my former boss. I've since apologized to him, and I wish him all the best. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Republican gubernatorial candidate James Fishback speaking earlier today in Orlando. Let me give you a live look right now, Bangor, Maine, where we expect to hear from Vice President J.D. Vance any minute now. Going to be talking about the administration's crackdown on fraud. Right now, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now outside the Madison County Courthouse in Madison, Florida, North Florida, where you can see a podium set up where the governor is going to be speaking, scheduled around 1 o'clock. Might be unveiling a couple of things there as well. He has been traveling the state ahead of America 250 and recognizing the roles of the founding fathers. Madison County, obviously named for James Madison, the father of the Constitution. And so we will listen to see what the governor has to say there. Right now, though, I want to get you to Bangor, Maine, where Keith Sunderling, the acting Secretary of Labor, just introduced Vice President J.D. Vance, who is now walking out onto the stage to talk about fraud and the Trump administration's crackdown on fraud, as we heard him speak a little bit about yesterday. Let's go ahead and listen in as he gets to the mic.
Well, we love you too, and it's great to be in Maine today. Now, before we get started, I got to poll the crowd a little bit because, you know, it's lunchtime. And so when we get back on Air Force 2, I told the team we need to get lobster rolls now that we're here in Maine. So what is the recommendation to this Bangor crowd? Where do we get lobster rolls from? We have a lobster roll guy right here? Okay, fantastic. So where do I need to go? Okay. Whoa. Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest? What about somebody, I heard Lobster Boy, is that? Okay. So, word to the wise, never come to a crowd in Maine and ask them where to buy lobster rolls, because I've gotten 14 answers in the past 15 seconds, but it sounds like we got plenty of options, and I'm proud to be here in Maine and proud to be in a state with hardworking people, hardworking fishermen, hardworking shipbuilders, and the people who make the United States run. God bless you, Maine. I'm proud to be here. Now, I want to give a great shout out to our acting labor secretary, Keith, who's done an amazing job helping us fight fraud, but also protect American working people. One of the things the Trump administration, the president, has ordered us to do from day one is we are trying to create good American jobs for the American people. Who is sick of leadership that ships our jobs overseas? Aren't we proud to have a president who protects your jobs and keeps them right here in America? But here's the thing, my friends, because you all work hard, because you all pay your taxes, because you do things the right way, it is time to have leadership in Washington that treats you the right way and protects those hard-earned tax dollars. When the President of the United States said, JD, we've got a fraud problem and I want you to tackle it, I was so proud and so happy to be able to do it, because I realized that fraud isn't just about saving money. It's not just about protecting taxpayers, it's about protecting you. The money you send to the government and the services that you rely on. So for once, for the first time in a very long time, you've got an administration in Washington, D.C. that is fighting for you, fighting to protect your tax dollars, and fighting to put the fraudsters in prison, which is where they belong. And we're going to talk about that because everybody asks me, the president asked me, I hear from people all the time who say, is going after fraud hard? And I say, unfortunately, no, because there is a lot of fraud in the federal government. It's like fishing in a barrel. There is always something. Every week I get a report from these guys, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But it's unbelievable, unbelievable how much you have been fleeced by your own government over the past 15, 20, 30 years. Nobody was looking at this. Nobody was asking difficult questions like, for example, are dead people getting food stamps. Okay? Call me old-fashioned, but I don't think that dead people eat, so certainly they don't need food stamps. Unfortunately, they vote for Democrats, they don't vote for us, my friends. But why is it that we have people who are driving Lamborghinis? And that is true. People driving Lamborghinis who are getting low-income assistance that's supposed to go for housing and food for our people. Why is it that we have people in hospice claiming hospice benefits but who have no terminal illnesses? And by the way, here's the crazy thing. It's very often, it's not a person who's even using their own identity. They're claiming that somebody else, they're stealing somebody else's identity, claiming hospice services, and then when that hard-working American goes to apply for some other benefit, they get tagged by the bank as being a fraudster, even though it wasn't them. It was somebody who's stolen their identity. Who here knows somebody who's had their identity stolen? Isn't that a shame? At least half of the hands shot up, and the reason why we've allowed identity theft to fester in this country is because the government wasn't going after fraud. And ladies and gentlemen, that changed the moment Donald J. Trump became the president of the United States. Now, I want to talk about all that, but I want to give a few notes of shout out here because we have a lot of great local officials and a lot of great future officials that are here today. And first, we have your great former Governor Paul LePage. Paul, where are you, man? There he is. Now, Paul is a great guy, a guy who loves the state of Maine, and we're going to talk a little bit about how he was the biggest advocate for your tax dollars and the biggest threat to fraudsters that ever existed in the state of Maine. And here's the problem: is fraud has festered in Maine because this guy is no longer the governor of Maine. So we're going to send him to Washington and fight fraud at the federal level. Now, my friend and former Senate colleague Susan Collins was not able to be here. Susan is back in D.C. She doesn't like to miss votes. And here's the thing I'll say about Susan Collins is sometimes I get frustrated with Susan Collins. I almost wish that she was more partisan. But the thing I love about Susan is she is independent because Maine is an independent state. And frankly, if she was as partisan as I sometimes wish that she was, she would not be a good fit for the people of Maine. So let's give a shout out to Susan Collins, who's doing a great job. We have got Senate GOP leader Trey Stewart. Where is Trey at? Raise your hand, Trey. Good to see you, man. A young guy, a good-looking guy, younger and better looking than I am. So I don't like you, Trey. I don't like you. But you're doing a good job. We got House GOP leader Billy Bob Fockingham. Where's Billy Bob? We've got ranking member Chad Perkins. Where's Chad Perkins at? Chad, thank you, man. And we've got the county sheriff, Troy Morton. Where is the county sheriff at? Troy, thank you. Thank you for your service and for all that you and your law enforcement folks are doing for our great country. We've also got some reporters from the Maine Wire, people who have been fighting. People who have been fighting fraud. So let's give a round of applause to John Featherson and Steve Robinson. See you guys. So here's the thing that I've learned in fighting fraud for the last few months and focused on this issue is that fraud is the ultimate non-victimless crime. There are multiple victims in fraud. What we think about when somebody steals your tax dollars and goes and spends it on something it's not supposed to be spent on, we think of you all as the victims, the American taxpayer, the Maine taxpayer, the people who wake up, who go to work, who do what they're supposed to do and don't want their money stolen by people who are doing the opposite of what they're supposed to do. You are the first victim of fraud. But you know what else I've realized is that you're not the only victim of fraud. Because when people steal your money, and it doesn't go to where it's supposed to go, there are a lot of people who are out there who are suffering in the process. And I'm talking about physicians who are denied their Medicaid reimbursements because a fraudster stole their identity and charged for services that weren't actually being provided. I'm talking about the good doctors who do what they're supposed to and don't like it when corrupt healthcare providers go and claim services that aren't even necessary. So then the victim is the doctor that gets stolen from, it's the taxpayer that gets stolen from, but it's also the innocent patient who should be able to know that when their doctor prescribes something, it's meant for them and it's good for them. I'm talking about the construction worker who can't buy a cell phone because when an illegal alien goes and steals their identity and applies for SNAP benefits, now all of a sudden they're tagged in the banking system, their credit score is ruined. Not because they did a single thing wrong, but because somebody stole their identity. Fraud is exactly what happens when you've got a government that is not fighting for the American people, but is fighting for fraudsters and illegal aliens, and it had to stop. And under the Trump administration, we are fighting it every single day. And again, it is every single day I learn of something new. I learn about people who say that they're claiming for hospice services, but in fact, they're not providing any services and they're making hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in the process. Talk about something that we've seen in Minneapolis, but also in Maine. We have seen people go out there and say that they're providing services to autistic children, when in reality, they maybe don't have any children at all, or they certainly don't have autistic children. So they get paid millions and millions of your dollars to provide services that they're not actually providing. And oh, by the way, what happened to the autistic children and their families who actually need those services and need a competent government to ensure that they're doing the right thing? My friends, this has gone on for far too long. You have been fleeced by your own government for far too long, and we are stopping it every single day. Now, let me tell you about a guy, though, who did not stand for fraud. He did not stand for fraud when he was in the state government, and he will not stand for fraud in the United States House of Representatives representing you, and that's Paul LePage. Now, I hate to say this because I love this state. The first time I ever visited Maine, actually, was probably 4 or 5 years ago. Actually, it was exactly 4 years ago because I remember our daughter, who's now 4, was probably 3 or 4 months old at the time. And we came up here and we stayed for a week. It was one of the most amazing trips I've ever had in my life because this is a beautiful state, as you all know, with incredible people, with good food. This is America. This is the very best of America right here in communities like this. And so I have a special affection for this state, but I can't even compare to your great former governor. Because while I love this state as an outsider, he loves this state as somebody who has fought for it every single day. A guy who came to work every single day, protecting your tax dollars, protecting your essential services, protecting our local law enforcement, making sure, common sense, that the government actually works for the people who deserve and have the right to be in the United States to begin with. Makes sense, right? That's what it should be. But because I love this state, I can say I am heartbroken by what has happened to the fraud that's being perpetrated on the taxpayers of this state. Because outside of Minnesota and California, which are probably number 1 and number 2, if they're the gold medalist and the silver medalist, I heard somebody shout out New York. Maybe New York is the bronze medalist, but let me be honest, maybe Maine is the bronze medalist. Because if you look at the fraud that has happened in this state, if you look at the illegal immigrant communities who have taken benefits that ought by rights go to the people in this room, what you have in Maine is a festering problem where people have been taken advantage of and they've been stolen from, and your government hasn't done anything about it. You ask yourself, why did Maine go from a state that did not have a serious fraud problem to one where I can honestly say it's one of the worst states in the union? And I'll give you 2 answers and 2 politicians. Number one is Janet Mills, and number two is Joe Biden. And thankfully, one of them has already been kicked to the curb, and one is on her way out the door, exactly as it should be. Now here's what Paul LePage do, and I'm not just blowing smoke, my friends. He took concrete action to try to fight back against fraud. He doubled the number of fraud investigations when he was the governor of this state. That's an amazing thing. He required personal photos on EBT cards so that we could make sure that people getting those benefits are the ones who deserve those benefits. And he cracked down on the international fraud rings that were taking advantage of this great state. You have to ask yourself, why is it that you have a government that seems more focused on the illegal aliens growing weed illegally than it is on the taxpayers of this state? Why is it that you have a government that seems not to care about you, but sure as hell cares about Somali fraudsters who are making millions and millions of dollars off of your taxpayer money? And the answer is because you have a governor who hasn't fought for you. Let's send a governor who did fight for you to the U.S. Congress. Let's send Paul LePage to the U.S. House. Now here's another thing Paul said, and this is why I blame Joe Biden, because you cannot talk about the fraud problem in the United States of America without acknowledging that Joe Biden's administration let in tens of millions of illegal aliens all over the United States of America, including the state of Maine. And unfortunately, you still got way too many of them. It's one of the reasons why we have devoted ourselves over the past 18 months, and we're going to keep on fighting to get illegal aliens out of the United States of America. We got to fight for our own people. So here's the difference, though. The difference one administration, the difference one political leader makes is we are now trying so hard. And I know y'all don't like Janet Mills. I don't especially care for her either. But I would love to work with the governor of Maine to stop the fraud that's being perpetrated in this state. This should not be, think about this. This should not be a red state or a blue state issue. This isn't Republican or Democrat. This is common sense. This is protecting every single person in this room from being defrauded by their own government. But you know what she's done? She has prevented local police from working with us to get criminal illegal aliens out of this state. She has actually fought back against our efforts to identify fraud in the Medicaid and Medicare programs, which, by the way, not only does it steal from you, but it means that those programs are going to go bankrupt because all the money's going to the fraudsters. So let me ask you this simple question. Do you like having a government official who fights for illegal aliens over you? No! Do you like having a state governor who doesn't work with the federal government to fight against fraud? No! So let's kick Janet Mills to the curb, and let's send Paul LePage to Washington to help us fight the fraudsters and protect all of you.
Vice President J.D. Vance speaking in Maine right now, ahead of an election coming up next week as well. You hear him talking about the candidates there. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now. As we approach the 1 o'clock hour, we're also keeping an eye on Governor Ron DeSantis, who's going to be speaking soon in North Florida. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
1 o'clock and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to Bangor, Maine, where we are hearing from Vice President J.D. Vance talking about fraud. We are also waiting to hear from Governor DeSantis speak in Madison County up in North Florida. So keep it. We're going to go ahead and listen back into the Vice President while we're waiting on that to begin.
To the governor and anybody else, if you want to partner in fighting fraud, you've got one. This does not need to be Republican versus Democrat. This needs to be fraudster against non-fraudster. This needs to be good government versus bad government. So I will extend the hand to anybody, whether they've got a D next to their name or an R next to their name. If you want to help the Trump administration fight fraud, you are going to find a willing partner. And by the way, as much as I'm a Republican, you all know this, I'm the Republican Vice President of the United States, we have found some blue states that are willing to work with us. Unfortunately, Maine is not among them. So whenever you replace Janet Mills with somebody, I hope you replace her with somebody who's going to help us fight fraud, protect you, and protect the programs that the people of Maine rely on. And the bad news for Rakia Muhammad is that she's going to go to prison, hopefully for a very long time. Now, the good news for her, though, is I think she might have a future in Democratic Party politics in the state of Maine. Unfortunately, the Maine Democrats, elected Democrats, seem to really like fraudsters. They might just elect this woman the next governor or the next senator from Maine. Who knows? But not if you have anything to do with it. Am I right? Are we going to elect a fraudster to the governor of Maine? No. Are we going to elect a fraudster, a pro-fraud Democrat, to be the next senator from Maine? No. Absolutely not. We're going to send representatives, senators, and governors who fight for the people in this room. We're going to do it by rejecting fraudsters, sending them to prison where we can, and taking away the money in all cases. That's how we fight fraud successfully. And I want to just say one final thing about fraud, because I think it's such an important topic. You heard the great Secretary of Labor say this. What is so different about our approach in this administration is that we're not just sending money out the door and then trying to find the fraudsters afterwards. We're actually making the money conditional on state governments fighting fraud to begin with. Now, why does this matter? Because that's where you've got the most power, and that's where you've got the ability to stop it from going to fraudsters to begin with. So here's what we did yesterday. The Trump administration, we sent out 50 letters to every state Medicaid system all over the country, and we basically said, very simply, that we're going to take away your money unless you get serious about fighting fraud. Common sense. And what that means is that we're going to be able to ensure that there are proper controls, that there are proper filters, that before somebody pays out benefits, that they ensure that your money is going to where it should go. And I got to say, as a person who has in the past benefited from some of these programs, this is a very personal issue to me. One of the things I love about our country, and I certainly think it's true about the great state of Maine, is that we're generous people. We don't want American citizens to go hungry. We don't want low-income kids to not be able to afford a bite to eat. We want to make sure that if you're a poor child or a poor family, you get an opportunity to see a doctor even if money is particularly tight. That's why these programs exist. They exist for American citizens to look after our fellow citizens, and I think that's a great and generous thing about the United States of America. Again, my family has benefited from some of those programs in the past. But you know what destroys those programs? And not just destroys those programs, but destroys the spirit of generosity that makes those programs possible. It's when local officials and state officials and federal officials, it's when they let the fraudsters take advantage of you instead of fighting for you. So when I say that I'm fighting against fraud, I'm not just fighting to save your money as much as that matters to me. I'm fighting to preserve the sense that Americans look after Americans, but you know who we don't look after? We don't look after fraudsters, and we don't look after people who have no right to be in the United States of America to begin with. So let me close with this, and then I'll take a few questions from the reporters. What we've done here in the last 18 months, I'm incredibly proud of. We have managed to take the fight to the fraudsters. We've managed to save hundreds of billions of dollars of your tax dollars, and God willing, we're to save hundreds of billions of more in the next 2.5 years. But we cannot do it without you. And one of the coolest things about this effort, maybe my single favorite thing about this anti-fraud effort, is that many of the big leads that we've had have come from citizens and journalists, have come from people like Nick Shirley. It was a 22-year-old kid. A 22-year-old kid who had the audacity to go to the people who were receiving your tax dollars and ask questions. Something, frankly, it would have been great if the national media showed a little bit more interest in. But I just want to say to all of you, for caring about this issue, for being engaged in this issue, for sending tips into our fraud task force, thank you. Because a big part of Americans looking after our fellow Americans is to ensure that nobody is defrauding the greatest country in the world, and you have been our best advocates in fighting back against fraud. Thank you all. Thank you all for having me. All right. So, we will take a few questions from the local press. The lights are so bright, it is unfortunate. I can't see you, so you just have to kind of raise your hand and shout out your question. But I will say that I want one of these great local journalists who have been focused on this fraud issue. Let's start with you, sir. Go ahead. We like this guy. I'll repeat it for you.
You today coming validates the fraud. But it's up to the rest of us to make sure it gets fixed. What is your advice to the people of Maine and how they hold their elected leaders accountable?
So the question for those of you who couldn't hear is, we all know there's a fraud problem in Maine. We all know we want to fix the fraud problem in Maine. What advice do I have? What are the concrete steps that we can take to actually ensure that the fraud stops? Let me give you a few answers. And one, I got to be honest, it's on me, and it's on the Federal Department of Justice, it's on the leadership of the United States government, is when we find somebody like Ms. Muhammad who's committing fraud against the American people, we've got to show up and arrest her and try to send her to prison. It's very simple. There's got to be accountability. Because here, one of the things I learned, and I was shocked by this, is that when we have what is defined as low-level fraud, let's say a person defrauds all of you for $1 million. Too many of our Department of Justice leaders under the Biden administration, they said that was too low level to actually go after. So, I mean, how many of you would like the federal government to hand you $1 million? Yeah. Well, there were fraudsters out there who were getting $1 million of your money, and the government wasn't even paying attention to it. One of the best things that you can do when you go and arrest somebody and throw them in prison when they break the law is, yes, it's justice for that one person, but it also sends a message to all the other fraudsters that we're not going to tolerate this crap anymore. So we have got to get serious, and sir, we have. I promise you that we have. Here's the other thing is the best and most actionable thing that you can do, because you're not going to get help from the governor right now. We all know that. She hasn't taken fraud very seriously. It's funny. She came to Washington last year and did some breakfast with the President of the United States, and when she showed up, what did she talk about? Did she talk about, you know, the issues that matter to workers? Was she talking about jobs and investments in the state of Maine? No, she showed up to advocate for the right of men to play in women's sports. That's what she cared about when she got in front of the President of the United States. Again, I think all of us believe it's crazy that men would want to play in women's sports. I think that's common sense. But here's what I understand even less than that. Even if you think that men should play in women's sports, how is that the issue you care most about as the governor of the state of Maine? It's crazy. It's crazy. So what you all can do is keep your eyes open, okay? I don't have any faith in your local government right now, or I should say your state government, that they're going to fix this problem. But so much, again, of the best stuff that we've gotten on the anti-fraud task force has been from local officials and local citizen journalists. And when I say a citizen journalist, I don't mean a person who went to journalism school. I mean a person with a cell phone who's willing to ask questions of their local leadership and of everybody else in their community. Like, here's the thing. When we really got wind of what was going on in Minneapolis, it was because somebody showed up at the Quality Leering Center. We've got a guy over there. Did you get a good education at the Quality Leering Center, sir? That's not, he said he's a graduate with honors of the Quality Leering Center. I congratulate you, but I don't think it's that hard, if we're being honest with you. But he's the proudest graduate. Look, here's the thing. If you have a daycare center that's receiving millions of dollars of federal tax dollars, and it says it can't even spell the word learning right, maybe you send a message to your local representative, you send a message to Paula Page, or you reach out to us on the Fraud Task Force, the website's right there, and actually make it possible for us to go and investigate this stuff. So keep your eyes and your ears to the ground. There is unfortunately fraud all around us. If we're going to get at this problem, we're going to need citizens to take it seriously. I know you are. Let's just keep at it. Thank you. We'll take a few questions from back in the peanut gallery there. Go ahead, guys.
This is Rich McHugh from News Nation. So we've
Do we have a microphone for them? It's because it's hard for me to hear all the way back there. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you, ma'am. I just got invited to go cross-country skiing and snowshoeing by this lovely young lady here. And I got to tell you, ma'am, I appreciate that. I love this state. And we will make sure we get the brochure. But here's the thing about cross-country skiing is it's a lot of work. When I'm doing leisure activity, I like to be a little bit lazier than that. I kind of like a nice hill where you just glide down. Cross-country is a lot of work.
So, Vice President Vance, Rich McHugh from News Nation, we have been reporting here in Maine since last year on fraud. We've been reporting in Minnesota on fraud. We're seeing prosecutions happen in Minnesota and in California, but some of the things that we're hearing from people and whistleblowers is you have to go to the org structure, the leadership, and that's not happening. How will this administration go after not just the people who are perpetrating it, but the people who are enabling it and overseeing it in the first place?
It's a good question. So, you know, one of the reasons why I raised this question of certain amounts of fraud being so low level that people weren't even looking at it is it's impossible to get to the high level fraudsters unless you're sometimes willing to look at the low level fraudsters too. I mean, how many of us have watched a good mob movie, and how do those prosecutions always start? You never start with the boss. You start with the low-level guys who then give you some sense of the criminal enterprise, and then you can go after the high-level fraud and the high-level crime. The fact that we were turning a blind eye to fraud under $1 million meant that we weren't even looking at the people who were sitting on top of some of these fraud rings. And we do see already signs in Minnesota, for example, of some very sophisticated stuff. I mean, sometimes I see these fraud rings, and I think to myself, you know, sir, if you just started like a real business, you might actually be a halfway productive citizen, but instead you put those talents into fraud, and so we're going to put all our talents to throw you in prison if that's how you're going to approach that. And that's the most important thing, is you've got to be willing to go everywhere and look at all fraud, or you're never going to be able to look at the high-level guys. Because very often what will happen is you've got 10 people who are skimming $1 million off the top. And then they kick up a few $100,000 to somebody above them. And then it turns out that when you look at the whole network, you've got a lot of people who are making millions and millions and millions of dollars for every low-level guy that's making $500,000 or something like that. So our approach has been to go everywhere, to look at everything, and that's how we're going to get the fraudsters. And trust me, we are going to get them. We already have gotten a lot of them, and we're going to keep our pedal to the gas for the next 2.5 years. Next question.
Brittany McCatton from WABI in Bangor, wondering what the Mills administration and the state government could do today to begin working with you on this issue.
Yeah, so I'll give you two the question was, what could the local administration, the state administration do to help work with us on this issue? I'll give you two very concrete examples. So first of all, one of the biggest problems that we have in Medicaid fraud is, again, because these programs are state administered, the states have to actually empower their anti-fraud people to look into what's going on. So we have what's called every 50 state, or all 50 states should have what's called an MFCU, a Medicare Fraud Control Unit. And we need the local governor to just empower that Medicare Fraud Control Unit to look at the fraud, to prosecute it. And then, of course, they can ask the federal government if they reach a case that's so big they need a little help. We would be happy to help them. We just need the local governor to work with us a little bit better. Exactly. And unfortunately, I just don't get the sense, having talked to her, my people have talked to her, I don't get the sense that the state governor here is particularly interested in working on this problem. But I'll give you another example. So we know one of the biggest drivers of fraudulent federal benefits is SNAP. It's the food stamps program, okay? So again, this is a program which actually has even less federal oversight, as shocking as that is, even less federal oversight than the state Medicaid program. So here's how food stamps works. Every month or every couple of weeks, the state of Maine, the state of California, all 50 states, I'm not joking about this, will submit a bill to the federal government and say, this is how much we spent on food stamps. There's no verification of a single person. There's no confirmation that, let's say a person was on food stamps and passed away, that person has stopped receiving benefits. There's no confirmation that you don't have illegal aliens receiving food stamp benefits. So I always laugh a little bit when I hear people like Gavin Newsom or Janet Mills say, we don't let illegal aliens access the food stamp program. And I say, how do you know? And so the number one thing that I would like them to do is to help us set up the systems to where if you're getting food stamps, we confirm that number one, you're eligible, you actually need the program. Number two, you're not an illegal alien. And number three, you're still alive. It is not a high barrier to demand that Janet Mills confirms that the people who are receiving food stamps are actually breathing. I'm a pretty conservative guy, but I think that's a pretty low bar for Janet Mills to clear. We would love to work with her on that. We encourage her to do so.
Vice President J.D. Vance continuing to take questions right now in Maine. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Welcome back in. While we're waiting on Governor DeSantis in Madison, Florida, let's go ahead and listen back in as Vice President J.D. Vance continues to take questions in Maine.
Can be fought on the federal level without just taking those currently diffuse costs and putting them even more directly onto the Maine taxpayers?
Well, I had not heard of that. Unfortunately, it doesn't shock me. And I think that this is where, when we talk about what can you do, what is my advice to you in order to stop the fraud? Advice number one is throw the people that enable the fraud the hell out of office. They're not worthy of your support, and it's going to keep happening unless we kick them out of office. But the answer is we have a number of tools at the federal government to force compliance with our anti-fraud statutes and anti-fraud provisions. We're working very hard, again, to work with these states, but if the states aren't going to work with us, we're going to force them to comply with the anti-fraud mandate. It's very simple. We're going to use those tools at every step of the way. I don't, frankly, care whether the far-left politicians in this or that state try to protect the fraudsters. We're not going to protect them under the Trump administration, and that is my solemn promise to every person in the state.
Jackie Mundry from WMTW in Portland. It sounds like it's been a challenge to work with the Mills administration on this issue.
That's an understatement.
We have a gubernatorial election coming up in November with primaries in just a couple weeks. Do you think it would be easier to work with a Republican governor? If so, why? And do you plan to endorse any of them? I know a number of them are here today.
Well, first of all, congratulations to those guys. I mean, I've run for political office. I always admire anybody who's willing to put their hat in the ring and try to represent the great people of this state or any other. It's an amazing thing. Thank you all. But I mean, look, what I would say is, obviously I'm a Republican, so I think it's going to be easier to work with some of these Republican candidates. But the simple fact is, it couldn't be harder than it is with Janet Mills. Again, there are a few states, maybe, you know, California, New York, Maine, Minneapolis, or Minnesota. There probably are 5 or 10 states that are just impossible to work with because it's clear they don't want to go after the fraud. Now, I don't know why that is. Part of that could be they're complicit in it themselves, okay? Part of that could be they know that a lot of their donors have gotten rich off the fraud. Part of that could just be laziness, and part of that could be because they honestly, in their hearts, care more about illegal aliens than the people they represent. There's a combination of explanations, but I guarantee you, whoever is the next governor of Maine, it cannot be worse when it comes to anti-fraud than Janet Mills. We'll do one more question, then we'll hit the road.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for taking questions. I'm Phil Hirschkorn from News Center, Maine. So it turns out that Maine does have a Medicare fraud control unit. You mentioned that a few minutes ago. I'm wondering, you said Maine could be the third worst state after states like California and Minnesota, which have proven tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud and many federal convictions. So far, what we've heard about from the federal government in Maine is questionable $45 million in the autism services, which you mentioned. We've also heard about $1.7 million in questionable billing by a Somali immigrant-run NGO. My question is,
guys,
what else?
It's all right. Now, I appreciate you all standing up for me, but trust me,
hey, we still have innocent until proven guilty in this country. My question is, what else do you got? What else has your task force flagged that we should be concerned about? Because those amounts are a lot, 46 million, 1.7 million, but they don't really compare to California and Minnesota. What else should we expect from your task force? Thank you.
Let me say a few things. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got biased reporters in all states. It's okay, trust me. I can handle it. But here's what I'd say. A few things. Number one, you talk about the scale of the fraud being less in Maine than it is in California. Well, California has a population that's much higher than Maine, so that's not necessarily a fair comparison. Number two, we've frankly been at this less long than we have in Maine than in other states. Okay, this is something where I would say, you notice a pattern, and you're right, innocent until proven guilty. But what I've noticed is a pattern that when you see certain types of fraud and certain types of programs, that's the tip of the iceberg. And when I see that autism services fraud in the Medicaid program in the Somali community, but not just that, I see local and state politicians who don't care about policing that fraud, that's the tip of the iceberg. And we're going to find out just how deep that iceberg is. And I suspect, I can't promise, but I suspect we are going to find hundreds of millions of more dollars every single month that we look in the state of Maine, because this is not a state that takes it seriously. And this is the third point and the most important one. I do not actually like having a contentious relationship between the state government and the federal government. We want people to help us find the fraudsters. It goes a lot quicker. It's a lot easier. It requires fewer resources from the federal government, but you find more fraud when you're working with people at the local level. What I find so preposterous about Maine, it's not just that we found tens of millions of dollars of fraud in a relatively small state. It's that we've had no cooperation from the state government. So when I say, when I say that the state government, when I say this is the third, maybe the fourth worst state when it comes to fraud, what I mean very simply is that you've got a governor and you've got a set of bureaucrats that don't care about fraud. And all I'm saying is Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, we care about fraud. We care about the people of this state, and we care about your tax dollars going to where it's actually supposed to go. Are we, guys, do we have somebody over here who's got an issue? Okay, let's get a doctor in here. Sounds like we got somebody who maybe fainted or. Got him? You got him? Okay. All right. So
The Vice President checking on someone there and continuing to take a couple of questions there. He indicated he would be wrapping up. Let's go ahead and get you to North Florida. Governor DeSantis getting ready to do an unveiling, it looks like. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Covered up for the whole thing and me speak and then everyone wondering, so we'll just do it now. Madison, can you do the honors and pull that off? Pull the other side. Oh yeah. Now, do you want to just sit there on the thing while I do my thing? Huh? Do you want to sit over there? Or do you want to stand with me? Okay. All righty. Well, thank you very much. So we're excited to be back. I think a lot of people know we've been doing different commemorations for America's 250. I know there's other states in the country that don't believe in celebrating, and they've got a lot of problems that they deal with. They can't even keep things in order, but I think maybe there's a connection there. They don't appreciate the values that the country was founded on. But we've been commissioning things like statues where the founding fathers have county names. Some of these things have fallen out of favor in other places. It's a buyer's market for these things, and so we've done very well to be able to do a lot of these, and we're happy to do that. I do want to recognize we have our sheriff here, David Harper from Madison County. I want to thank you for being here. We also have Alexis Lambert is our Florida DEP secretary, so thank you for coming. Madison County Commission members and members of the James Madison Institute, which we have in Tallahassee to do that. Before I get into Madison and the America 250, I just want to make a couple comments. I'm seeing different things out there about people like Kamala Harris saying they want to pack the Supreme Court, eliminate the Electoral College, do all these other things. And I think those are really bad ideas. I think our founding fathers would have thought they were bad ideas. Although I think it's interesting, if you want to expand the Supreme Court, why don't you do it right now? Oh, you don't want to do it right now. You want to do it maybe okay, I get it. So it's not that you think the court should just be bigger. You want to try to do it. But I think what's happened is they've suffered a series of losses over many cycles, none more dramatic than in Florida over the last 7 years, that's for sure. And I think they're acting out doing some of these things. And our founding fathers believed in having an amendment process. They didn't think everything that they did was perfect. They understood that constitutions sometimes needed to be amended, and sometimes these things needed to have alterations. But there's a reason to do that. And when you're doing it, you want to reinforce the founding principles, not try to deviate from the founding principles. And that's what Kamala is trying to do. Notice what I've been doing in Florida with our Article 5 amendments. Florida has certified amendment through the Constitution with other states, and we need more to join, and we're going to get them for term limits for members of Congress. I think that's a really good reform. And it's interesting. It's interesting because the founders debated, they called it rotation in office, and they had a debate about it because they didn't want entrenched power. Washington, of course, set a 2-term limit for president. That was customary for 150 years, 180 years, and then they had to do the amendment after FDR. But that was but they decided, well, you know what? Who's going to want to be going in a horse-drawn carriage to eventually Washington, D.C., which was a swamp, or even these other places? They wouldn't want to do that, right, for 40 years. They'd want to have a life beyond that. So I don't think they thought that there would necessarily be the allure of doing it. I think if some of the founders looked at how Congress operates today and you see the same nonsense over and over again, I think that they would be very much in favor of term limits. And the reality is just think, if you would have had term limits, Nancy Pelosi would have been retired in the 1980s. I mean, like, how amazing would that have been? The other thing we've been doing is, and we have 28 states. We have a couple more that I think will probably do it soon, and that's requiring the federal government to balance its budget, just like Florida is required to balance our budget. And the reason is you know, I remember the turn of the century. We had $5.6 trillion in debt for all of American history, from 1789 until 2000, $5.6 trillion. And then just in 26 years in this century, we've added another $34 trillion on top of that. And so you're now at $39 trillion, and it's just gone up exponentially. It's been unbelievable how much it's gone up. And when they're doing massive spending, the Congress, and massive debt, people say, well, if they do a deficit, then it means that they're spending and borrowing and they're not taxing to get that money. Yeah, directly they're not, but indirectly they are taxing, right? Because when you do expand the debt, when you expand the money supply the way they have, you have higher prices. And so that's why, if you compare from right before COVID until now, if you look at the price of things in the supermarket, if you look at the price of all these different things, and yes, I know, like now gas, because of geopolitics, that's gone up. But all these other things have just steadily gone up as Congress has spent and as Congress has borrowed. And I don't think you can just say, oh, we just need to elect the right people and they'll fix it, because that hasn't happened. So I think you need term limits. I think you need to force change in Washington, and it would be a really big deal. So anyways, we've got 28 states on that. We're going to be working more to be able to do it. But that would be something I think the founding fathers would look at and they'd say, you know, yeah, we're going to need to change the incentives up there to be able to avoid these really bad results that Congress has provided for so many years. And then I know that there's also been some discussion about some of the things. Well, one, we did the congressional map, so that's done. We did that 2 weeks ago. But then there's talk about the immigration enforcement. And there's a debate. People are saying up in D.C., oh, well, you know, maybe the Trump administration should not be focusing on the deportation of illegal aliens and this and that. And obviously, we've been big partners in that, because I knew you needed state and local working productively there. And that's included doing operations with Highway Patrol. We work with our local law enforcement. We're working with DHS. We're doing all that. And we've set the standard. I mean, no state's even close for these 287G agreements, all these other things, and it's made a big difference. But then they've also asked us last year, they didn't have bed space. You know, you think like somebody's here illegally, and you gotta like, okay, are you here illegally? And they'll say yes. And then you say, okay, I still got to run you through this Byzantine bureaucracy before you can get deported. And I think it should be a lot quicker, but it's not. And so they need some time sometimes a couple days, sometimes unfortunately longer, before they're able to actually do that after they've apprehended somebody who's here illegally. And this is even true for some of the people that are criminal aliens. And it's just unfortunate, but that's the federal bureaucracy at work. So they said, listen, you guys are doing a great job. You're bringing people to us, but we have no place to house them. So can you help us with that? And so that was when we did the Alligator Alcatraz and the deportation depot up here in North Florida. You know, it's right in Baker County, right outside of Jacksonville, and we had that up. We did Alligator Alcatraz last summer, and then we did the deportation depot in Baker in, I think, October of it was right before the Florida-Georgia game, and people were saying the governor's going to put the Georgia fans in deportation. No, we're not doing that. We may have some Georgia fans. You get up in North Florida, sometimes you have some of both. No, we did. So, but that has led to, you're talking about tens of thousands of illegal aliens that would have been released into Florida communities that were then staged and were repatriated to their home countries. I can tell you, and I'm not one that says if you're here illegally, unless you commit some serious crime, then you should just stay. I think that's wrong. If you're here illegally, you're here illegally. Like, that's the bottom line. So I've never said, like, oh, we just focus on only criminal aliens. Like, wait a minute. You come illegally, we're going to wait till you get convicted of a felony before we do anything about it? I'd rather deport you before you commit a felony, but I mean, give me a break. So that's always been my position. But even the people that say criminal aliens, some of the people that have gone through some of these facilities, they do not belong in our communities. I mean, there's some really, really bad folks that have been put through there, and I'd hate to think that you would think it would be better to just release those folks to back into the community. Now, deportation depot is a little bit different because we had an existing facility that wasn't being used by our corrections. We had to spend a little bit of money to retrofit it, but we got that up pretty quickly. Now, it's not right next to the airport. You got to caravan these guys to the airport. DHS picks them up. The one down in Everglades, you have an airport right there, and it's this massive concrete strip, runway, everything. You had to do all that temporarily and create these temporary structures. But what's happened is you've had 22,000 people go through that facility, and then they get sent back home right from the runway. Literally, like 5,000 feet. You just drive them in a little van and then do it. So it's been very effective. But we did it because we were asked to do it, and I'm happy that we saved the Floridians from having to face 22,000, many of whom would have, I think, done some bad things. And so then, like, oh well, they may not keep. Look, we always said it was going to be temporary. They've never told us they don't want it anymore. But you hear all these reports. Just understand, I would rather not have to do anything in this. I'd rather just have our laws enforced, our border secure, and have the federal government handle 100% of it. That'd be fine with me. But I know if Florida didn't stand up, that this job wasn't going to get done the way it needed to get done. So that's why we've done what we've done. And so we're still there doing the same stuff we've been doing for the last year and a half, and we're going to continue to do it. But we always wanted it to be temporary because the goal is for DHS to have enough space to be able to handle all this stuff. They got massive amounts of money in this reconciliation bill. They have an ability now to do it, and if they're willing to do it, then more power to them. I mean, great, we're fine. Now, if the decision is like, well, we just don't want to be focusing on this mission anymore, we don't want to follow through on the mandate from 24, well, I think that's going to be problematic. I mean, we believe that we've got to continue the mission, that the voters were very clear. I mean, remember what it was like under Biden. You had chaos in this country. You had no control over the country's sovereignty because of all the nonsense. And I remember people, there'd be 3 in the morning. He'd be flying them in to airports all across the country, including Florida. And just do it. How is that something that was good? So this is meant to correct that, and Florida's really led the way. And so again, we're happy to do whatever works. And I've never wanted that particular facility to be permitted, just like I don't want deportation depot to be permitted, even though it's a permanent structure. We don't need to be doing that forever. But we have had now probably a year, not even a year, 9 months of this. DHS has had time to pivot and figure out how to get more space, so hopefully they've done that. But we've not been told anything definitively about the direction, and I've talked to people in the agency who think that it's been vital and they need to continue with it. So just keep that in mind as you hear some of these things that are coming forward. Now, we're here with the James Madison statute. I think that's very well done, to be honest with you. I mean, it's very sharp. It's a very interesting guy. Very interesting guy. But this is our leaning in on America 250 is something that we're proud of, but it isn't like we're just a Johnny-come-lately on American civics. When I became governor, I looked at it and I said, nobody really knows anything about the high school kids are not really being taught any of this stuff, and we need to really beef it up. So we beefed up the standards. We launched the Civics and Debate Initiative, and now you have every single school district has robust Civics and Debate Initiative. We had the championship at New College in April, and the winner got a $50,000 college scholarship, which in Florida we have the lowest in-state tuition in the country. That pays for your whole college for 4 years, no questions asked. So we've done that. But what we also noticed is I can sit there and say, you need to read James Madison's essay in Federalist 10. Okay, but I got to have teachers that has studied that. And the reality is you go through a lot of these universities, they don't even teach the Western canon anymore. They want to focus on all kinds of niche ideologies. They want to focus on CRT, which we banned in Florida, but that's what they want to do. And so if it's all just ideology, first of all, I disagree with the ideology. Obviously, I mean, people that have watched me know that. But it's also, it's fleeting. None of these fad ideologies are going to stand the test of time. And so the Western canon, particularly the foundation of America, that is something that is enduring. That is something that is important. But we got to make sure people are exposed to it. So we didn't think that the universities at writ large were doing a good enough job. Although I would note in Florida, we have the Hamilton Center for Classical Education at University of Florida. I think it's #1 in America for Western Civ already, and it's only 3 years old. I think you've got a great new program that just got launched at Florida State. We have the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom down at Florida International University. Incidentally, 250-year anniversary of the Declaration of Independence is this year. It's also the 250-year anniversary of the publication of The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith, which was very important, and our founders were very much influenced by Scottish Enlightenment thinking, including James Madison. So, so we have that, and we're doing really good. And then New College in Sarasota is a now classical liberal arts college, which is upholding the Western canon, free speech, individual rights, all the things that have really been very important. So they're doing a great job on that. But we understood, yeah, we can do that, but what about the teachers now? So we created a program called the Civic Seal of Excellence. The teachers are able to go through 50 hours of training. These are like lectures from like really great scholars, and they get a $3,000 bonus for going through the program, but they are focusing on what led to the formation of the United States. What are these principles reflecting? They reflect the ancients, Greece and Rome. They reflect Christian tradition. They reflect Scottish Enlightenment. They reflect the overall European Enlightenment. They reflect British There's so many different things that go into this, and we want to make sure people are exposed. And guess what? When the teachers are exposed, they're like, this is great. And we have a 93% positive rating of the course after we did it. And I think that's just really important. So we've continued to get funding for that year after year. I know the legislature's doing their budget, but and I assume that this is going to be in there because I think a lot of the legislature has been very appreciative of this. But we've had 21,000 teachers participate in this program. And it's not limited to being a civics teacher, because having this civics background will help you teach American literature. It'll help you teach American history. It'll help you teach other things. and we've really welcomed people to be able to do that. So we've paid out almost $60 million in bonuses to teachers just for this Civic Seal of Excellence, and we're proud of that. Our debate initiative that I had mentioned, we've got hundreds and hundreds of students. I think they had 700 students at New College in April competing for scholarships, 20, 50, 25,000, 15, and 10,000. A bunch of these kids got scholarships, and we're really proud of that. And I think, and then we did a test now, all the graduating seniors do a civic competency exam to try to see what they know. And when we did it, they're like, do you have to graduate for this? And I was like, yeah, you should have to graduate. And they were, and then like, you know, the legislature's like, look, we may flunk half the students, and if they do that, so I was like, all right, so we're going to do it. Let's get a score about where we are. Let's see some improvement, and then we'll evaluate that after a few years. So we've been able to see that. It's gotten better. It's still not where it needs to be, but it has gotten better. And the way I view it is this. You graduate from a school in Florida for K-12. Maybe you go to university, although you don't really need to go to university in many respects because there's a lot of other great avenues. Maybe you go to an apprenticeship. Maybe you go to one of our state colleges. Maybe you just go, you get a job, you do. There's so many different pathways. People are going to do different things, but everyone, when you get that diploma, you turn 18, you're able to vote, you are a citizen of this country, a voting citizen of this country, an adult citizen of this country, and that should mean something. And are we graduating students that are just a blank slate, or are we graduating students that really understand the foundations of what it means to be an American? So that's been the impetus for all the stuff that we've done over these many, many years, culminating in our America 250 celebration. But this isn't just out of the ether. We're just pulling this in and starting to do it just because we like these nice statutes, even though we do, and even though I think it's a great contrast to so many other places that were tearing down statutes for many, many years. You know, they took George Washington's name off the schools in San Francisco. They removed Jefferson from New York City Hall. Portland, don't even get me started on Portland. I mean, wow. And so, you know, it's like if that's the impulse you're going to follow, you're not going to end up being very successful as a society. And so we're fortunate that 1776 was a unique moment in human history. These guys came together. They were very successful in the colonies. Washington, Robert Morris, these guys, they were wealthy. Most of them were wealthy. They were movers and shakers in the colonies. And so when they signed the Declaration of Independence and they pledged their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor, that was not just popping off and just doing something that didn't have meaning. There are consequences to that decision. And the consequences for failure would have been death. They would have been put to death for treason against Great Britain. So they knew what they were doing. They knew the stakes were high, and they knew they had an awful lot to lose. But they were willing to do it because they believed that ultimately the question of whether people can govern themselves, whether our rights come from God instead of the government, whether you have a rule of law, not the rule of individual men, whether government can be constitutionally limited to ensure the liberty of the people. All those questions they felt would be answered once and for all here in the United States of America. So that was why they fought, and that's why they persevered, not just through the Revolution, but in the interregnum period before they created the Constitution, when all this was very much up for grabs. So it's a proud history that's worth not only studying, but worth celebrating. And we're doing that here today, and we've been doing that for the balance of this year. I was able to get from Mount Vernon a statue of George Washington that we are now displaying in the Florida State Capitol. So when you walk in, if you want to go to the governor's office, you got to pass GW there, and it's a beautiful statue, and it was something that we needed the permission to get, but I'm glad that we were able to do that. We also had to get permission from the then governor of Virginia, not the current one, the previous one, who's a good guy, permission to do a replica. I don't think this governor would have given us permission on it, but a replica of that we've now put in Washington County in the Florida Panhandle. We did Thomas Jefferson in Jefferson County, Ben Franklin in Franklin County, James Monroe down in the Florida Keys, Alexander Hamilton in Hamilton County, and today we have James Madison here in Madison County. And for those of you who've not studied James Madison, just know that we would not have ended up having a Constitution without James Madison. We would not have ended up having a Bill of Rights added to the Constitution without James Madison. Now, he was in politics as the Revolution broke out. He became a member of the Virginia House of Delegates, as well as a member of the Continental Congress, both during and after the war. And he, probably the most important part of his life was after the Revolution was won, you had a problem with the then Articles of Confederation, because basically you had Shays' Rebellion, you had disorder, and the federal government was effectively impotent. They could only act if the states didn't veto what they were doing. Well, you know, it's hard to manage that, and so they couldn't do the basic things. And even though the founding fathers, they didn't want an all-encompassing federal government, they wanted the core things to be done that should be federal to be federal, and then the vast remaining to the states would be left. But you couldn't even do that. And so they felt that the whole promise of the Revolution was withering away as the 1780s wore on, and you had people like Alexander Hamilton, you had people like John Jay, and probably most critically George Washington that agreed to do something about it. And so they met in Philadelphia in 1787, the same place, Independence Hall, where they signed the Declaration. Many of the same people signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776, and they had to figure out, okay, how do we create a frame of government that is going to safeguard and preserve the ideals of the American Revolution? It's not going to do any good to have won this war and then to have the whole thing just crash and burn. And they were fighting against the tide of history when they did that, because every single republic that had been tried had failed, and usually failed because of internal convulsions. So how do you do a society based on the idea that the consent of the governed is what leads, but it's not just I have 50.1%, I vote and take your property or your rights if you're in the 49.9%. That's what they're doing in California right now with this tax they're trying to do that's driving a lot of people out. That was what they didn't want. They wanted to have your rights, property rights, religious liberty, the free speech, all these things that would exist beyond the power of a bare majority to infringe them, and there were a lot of ways you had to do that. So Madison was one of the movers and shakers of this. They get into the Constitutional Convention, and, you know, we look back and assume it was probably smooth sailing. It was anything but. They were fighting over a lot of different things. I mean, Madison was from Virginia. He wanted legislators based on population. The small states wanted it based on state, where each state got the same, and that obviously is irreconcilable. I mean, why would Virginia want to have the same representation as Rhode Island, and vice versa? Why would Rhode Island want to be dominated by New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia? So they ended up doing the great compromise, where you had a House representing the people and population, the Senate representing the states, and the senators at that time were elected by the legislatures to represent the states. 17th Amendment changed that, but that was the theory behind it, and that was really tough, and there were a whole bunch of other issues, and it got to the point at one where they thought that hope had been lost, and Benjamin Franklin stood up and said, you know, how could we have gone this far without appealing to the Father in heaven for guidance? And so he asked that they say a prayer. Now, people look back at that, and today they'll say, see, the founders, you know, they were religious, you know, all this stuff. At the time, Franklin was known as a deist, And so a lot of these people are thinking to myself, man, if even Franklin wants to pray, we must be in the really deep doo-doo here, because that's normally not something he'd want to do, but they were really close to having the whole thing fall apart. So Madison helped broker that compromise and help create the Constitution. And basically, if you read, after they did the Constitution, Madison and Hamilton, primarily, John Jay did some, but it was mostly Madison and Hamilton, authored the Federalist Essays. So it was under a pseudonym of Publius, and it was appearing in publications in New York to basically appeal to the people to support ratification of the Constitution. And they needed New York to be able to make the Constitution stick, not just in terms of the number of states necessary, but it was a big state. It's hard to have a Constitution if Virginia and New York aren't ratifying it at the time. So they write all these essays, and look, it's a little bit different level than kind of what passes for discourse now in America, but I will tell you, if you needed one single source to understand American government, that would be the source that I would recommend to you. And Madison has some of the most famous essays, primarily because he's taking a step back and saying, okay, what are we doing here? What are we doing? What is it about human nature that has caused governments to fail and power to be abused? And he basically, his insight was, human nature is defective. People are not angels. You may have a benevolent ruler, but you're not always going to have a benevolent ruler, and eventually someone with unchecked power is going to abuse that. So what they wanted is the people to be able to elect leadership, but they wanted the power to be dispersed in different branches and in checks and balances. So Madison wrote 10 and 51 in Federalist, which are probably the two best essays to talk about the structure of the Constitution. Hamilton wrote some of the best on executive power, judiciary, all these others, but those are very, very famous. And so he was very smart at this, and he really understood how these things go. So then you get to the debate of it. And the anti-federalists, they were very smart too, and they had very strong arguments against the Constitution, and some that have been vindicated to this day, like a lack of sufficient check on the judiciary. But they said, you know, there's no Bill of Rights here. Where is the Bill of Rights? And the Federalists were basically, look, the government's limited. You don't have authority to do the stuff you're worried about. They're limited in enumerated powers, and so the Bill of Rights is the whole Constitution. And that's what Hamilton did. And there is a lot of truth to that. Nevertheless, they knew they weren't going to be able to get it ratified. So basically, Madison and some of these other guys said, all right, we're going to do a Bill of Rights. If you guys ratify this, we will do it. So they pass the Constitution, they elect a new government, and then Madison is the leader in the Congress in drafting and passing the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, which, you know, have obviously been something that's been very important, from First Amendment, anti-establishment of religion and free exercise, free speech, all the way to the 10th Amendment, which says the powers not delegated to the federal government are reserved to the people and to the states respectively. And that doesn't always get followed in modern day, although we follow it in Florida and we fight for our power very, very seriously. So that ends up getting passed and ratified, which in hindsight, you know, you needed to have a Bill of Rights because, yes, a limited government, if they get outside those bounds, there needs to be some other demarcations to be able to protect the people's freedoms. So he did that. And then you started to have disagreements between people like Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson. Hamilton was viewed as big government, although today, I mean, we're way bigger than what he was talking about, not even close. Jefferson was very small government, although when it came time to buy Louisiana, he bought it, even though there wasn't a firm, explicit power in the Constitution. So, you know, whatever, they go back and forth. They didn't like each other very much, but Madison sided with Jefferson, and so they launched effectively the first political party in the country, which is not something the founders like Washington wanted to see. They didn't believe in.
Governor Ron DeSantis continuing to speak right now in North Florida outside the Madison County Courthouse, where just a few minutes ago he unveiled a James Madison statue in commemoration of the 250th birthday of the United States of America. He's continuing to speak. We expect, I do believe, to still hear from the Environmental Protection Secretary, who is also slated to be with him. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. If you are just joining us on TV, we appreciate you tuning in. It's been a busy day so far as we've been live streaming. I want to let you know some of what we've got coming up for you this hour here on Florida Live. Coming up in our Tampa connection, we're going to learn about an unlikely use of tarantula venom, how that is being used to help anxiety. We're also going to be standing by for an update any minute now from officials in Marion County, where we're going to learn more about a deputy who survived a stabbing and an ambush. You're seeing a little clip of the body camera video. If you were with us earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, showed that to you in the moments after we got that. We are also going to hear from Senator Rick Scott, who had the chance to speak with on a number of topics, including the war in Iran, the president's trip to China. We talked about the economy here in Florida and a troubling and concerning trend of the growing unemployment rate here in the Sunshine State. So those are all things that we are tuning in for. We are also monitoring. Let me give you a live look right now inside in Tallahassee at the House Rules and Ethics Committee, where they're going to be discussing a potential reprimand for State Representative Angie Nixon, a Democrat from Jacksonville, who you may remember during the redistricting vote was seen on the floor of the House yelling into a bullhorn. That is the subject of this hearing that's going on live right now in Tallahassee. So we'll be monitoring that and to bring you updates from that as well. Right now, though, I want to get you back live to Madison County in North Florida. This is the scene outside the Madison County Courthouse. Environmental Protection Secretary Alexis Lambert speaking live right now. We've been hearing from Governor DeSantis. This is one of his news conferences where just a few minutes ago he unveiled a James Madison statue outside the courthouse in commemoration of America 250. So let's go ahead and listen in live as this news conference continues. Again, the Environmental Protection Secretary there, expecting to hear more from DeSantis here, and likely we'll take some questions as well. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Queens, get up. Where are you guys from? Come here. Come on. We'll do a photo up here. Are you high school or what are you? Okay, and you're what? Miss what? Okay, good to meet you. Good to meet you. Yeah, how are you? Oh, are you really? Good. See, I would have never guessed. I thought you were all the
I'm 13 years old. I'm your team, Miss Madison.
middle school?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
24, Miss Madison.
Okay. Madison, get over here. Take a photo.
Yes. Perfect name. This is Madison.
And how long does your reign last?
A whole year.
Till December 31st?
Until the end of April.
Okay. So you just got it. Who votes on this?
No, it's based on a judging portion.
Okay. Do you have judges for the whole county?
Yeah, they're from all over the state.
Okay.
They have to be qualified. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you guys. Yes.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
You know, we've been able to, we've done a lot. Actually, we've done a lot in Madison County. We brought a lot of money here over the years. We were the first governor to do public events in all 67 counties on record, but I never came empty-handed. We would always bring something. And so, you know, I'd get to the point where, like, I'd go be in, like, a Dixie County, and the people's like, old lady pinching me. She's like, I've never seen a governor. I just want to make sure you're real or whatever. But I do it because, honestly, like, it's not that you even gain votes because, like, you can get votes in there are other areas, but it's just, you know, we've got a really good culture in our old Florida communities. And, you know, we want to make sure that we're supporting that and continuing with a really, I think, unique way of life. So we've been fortunate to be able to come here over the years. I think she's come with me here before years ago. You were probably not even in kindergarten yet when you did that. I don't know. So it's been good. Okay, you guys have any questions? My responsibility is to speak the truth. My responsibility is to do what I told the voters I would do. And if you have, and I've done that. And so when you have people that got elected on our back, like the Speaker of the House, get in and do the opposite of what the voters expected us to do, I'm going to call that out. I'm going to let people know that that's what he's doing. And honestly, I've been very easy. I could have done a lot more. No, the reason they didn't do it is because he is not governing in the best interest of the people of the state of Florida. He has a personal agenda. He has other things that he's concerned about. You've seen all these other legislatures, and not just with me as governor, although I can point you to the 6 years prior. Even look before that, you would have. I know there were some hiccups sometimes in the past too, but this is one that this is a layup. You have a state that has quadrupled its rainy day fund. Our economy's gone from $1.1 trillion to $1.85 trillion in 7 years. We have done $10 billion in tax relief. We've done universal school choice. We've done massive infrastructure programs. Everglades, she mentioned water quality, the springs, all this stuff, things people care about, and on it goes. All you got to do is like copy and paste what has been done. That's what folks want. They want us to continue what's been successful. And so standing up and doing what you told the voters you would do is the right thing to do. And if you have to clash with people who are doing the opposite, that's just the business that we're in. But I would tell people, you do have people who campaign one way, and then they get up to Tallahassee and they don't think you're going to follow what they're doing, and they think they can do whatever the hell they want to do. And when someone gets in, they've got a 2-year minimum in the House before they face the voters in the primary, 1.5 years. But that's just the reality. There's a lot of them, I think, that have done a good job. I mean, honestly, I know a lot of them are frustrated with what the Speaker's done. And I get it. I would be frustrated too. But the reality is we've shown how it's done. We've got a lot of great folks in both chambers. But unfortunately, you've had this. So, for example, we had a special session. We did the maps. But I also had the remaining provisions that we needed to enact for medical freedom. I mean, things like making the COVID protections against COVID restrictions permanent because they expire when I leave office. Making sure that parents had a say in these childhood vaccines, making sure that ivermectin can be bought over the counter, making sure all these things that people have been asking for. It was hard to get it through the Senate because it just is what it is. So they got it through the Senate. All you got to do is put it through. They had already passed a bill like that the year before. And so the special session was there, and the Speaker said, nobody filed a bill on this, so we can't move forward. Now, do you believe nobody filed the bill, or were they told not to file a bill? So he's basically throwing his members under the bus, saying that they were too lazy to file legislation. I don't believe that's true. I think they told them don't file on this. You also look, we did the AI Bill of Rights. So we had kind of two components to it. I signed the bill that said they can't raise your electricity rates because of some data center, and local communities have full right to reject these things, and many of them are doing that. But we also had another full panoply with AI Bill of Rights that would have put Floridians first and not allowed you to be harmed by some of the things big tech's doing. That passed the Florida Senate 37-1. Obviously was something that I supported, and look, not that I go by polls, but I can guarantee you, if you tell people, do you think there needs to be a framework for artificial intelligence to be able to protect individual freedom and the well-being of children, or do you think the 10 wealthiest companies in human history should just be able to do whatever they want? I think it's about a 90% in favor of having a framework, right? So that got to the House. And again, he said nobody filed a bill. Well, people had wanted to do this in the House. I know. I've talked to the House members to do it. So is it true that nobody filed the bill? And if that is true, then I think the constituents are going to go to these House members. They're going to say, you had a special session. You had a chance to lead. Florida's always led on this stuff. Why would we be backtracking on medical freedom given all the fights we won during COVID? Why would we not want to lead on protecting people in this age, where so many people are trying to accelerate AI? To me, these were just no-brainers. But here's the thing. Even if you don't fully agree with those bills, our voters wanted to see
They wanted to see action. They want to see debate. So file a bill and amend it and do something that you agree. Don't just say, oh, nobody wanted to do it, because we know that that is not true when that is said. So I found that to be very off-putting. I can tell you, if I was a member of the House, I would be very upset by that, because he's basically throwing these members under the bus, and that's wrong.
Do you think the governor, given your critiques of how the House speaker, maybe you share the same sentiment of Senate President?
No, I don't. I think the Senate President has done a good job. He's a friend. He's a good guy. We agree on a lot. We don't agree on everything, but I will tell you, he wants to be productive. He understands he's got a limited amount of time, and ultimately, what can he do that's in the best interest of Florida? Not every elected official is going to define that in the same way. But if you appeal to him on, hey, here's why this is good for Florida, he listens, and he will ask questions, and we've gotten a lot done, even in spite of all the obstacles. That is not the same thing as a presiding officer having their own personal agenda and not wanting to do what's in the best interest of Florida just because you don't like the governor, you don't like the Senate president, or whatever. That's not what people elected you to do. You know, I've dealt with a lot of people through the years and gotten a lot done who I wouldn't necessarily invite over to have dinner or hang out with.
Governor DeSantis continuing to take questions. But I want to get you live right now to Marion County, where we're hearing from Lieutenant Paul Bloom, who is getting ready to give an update on the ambush of a deputy yesterday. Was stabbed, it sounded like, multiple times in the vest. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I wouldn't say perfect, but it's just a chilling reminder. This call last night where the officer was attacked. Our deputy was ambushed going to a call about a suspicious person. A call that we get about every single day of the week. When he arrived in the area, he saw this person, his attacker, Heriberto Medina Marquez, 38-year-old male. He was hiding kind of in the bushes, kind of in the woods there, and when the deputy pulled up, he ambushed him from his blind spot as he stepped out of his vehicle, attacking him with a knife and stabbing him multiple times in his chest. Fortunately, his vest was able to stop the knife from penetrating and causing more harm. The deputy did receive minor injuries, which he was treated for, and nothing that he had to be hospitalized for or anything like that. But as quick as the attack happened, his attacker fled into the woods, and more deputies arrived on scene to help track him down and try to find him, which we did. He was still armed with a knife. Ultimately, he was ordered to drop the knife, and ultimately he did. He dropped the knife and surrendered, and we took him into custody without any further incidents. When he was arrested and put in the back of the car, he told Deputy Fitch, "You know I should have killed you, right?" And so it kind of told us his mindset. His family told us that he's been acting normal. Any medications he was issued, he's been taking his medications. So this was just an intent on his part to stealthily and aggressively ambush this deputy and attempt to take his life. That's, I think, for those of us that have been in the business for any length of time, you train for everything, you prepare for everything, you expect anything, but you always find something new. There's something new that surprised you. You did not go out there expecting to be attacked by this person, somebody to ambush you. So it's just, like I said, just a stark reminder this week as we look at Law Enforcement Memorial Week, the inherent dangers of this job and what each and every one of these deputies do every day, putting their lives on the line. This person in the neighborhood, we had neighbors calling in about this person because he was suspicious. He's cursing at neighbors, yelling. So they're concerned. I'm glad they did not try to take this on their own and go after this man themselves, because he was clearly very ready to kill. So, but it's just a stark reminder of what they do, and we appreciate that job that they're doing out there to keep us safe. We'll take any questions you may have on the case right now.
Do you have any dealings with this suspect in the past?
So we don't have any arrests on him in the past. He's someone that we are aware of. He's been a part of some cases, but nobody that we've arrested.
When neighbors reported that this guy was in their neighborhood and acting suspicious, did they report that he did have a knife out and was carrying it, or do you think that he kind of just took it out of his pocket when he approached the deputy?
So when the neighbors called 911, they did not say that he had a weapon on him. They told us that he was cursing, yelling, and just generally being suspicious out there in the neighborhood, as would normally be if we saw that in our own neighborhoods. But no indication of a weapon there. So again, that element of surprise during this ambush, when you saw the video, how quickly this happened and how closely he had approached that vehicle, there was nothing there for the deputy to know that he was already armed and dangerous. So we wish we would have known that. Would that made a difference? Maybe so, but no, had no indication of that.
Do you have problems with not only just him, but people in that area? Have you heard complaints from neighbors in that area about people quite often?
So we patrol that neighborhood in that area very frequently, every single day. We're up in there, but no, nothing of a perpetual nature that, hey, we have suspicious persons through here. Nothing like that. Nothing that would give us any kind of a clue like, oh, it's this neighborhood again. There's another suspicious person. No, this was something just out of the ordinary and truly out of the blue. This is 5 p.m. in the evening and in broad daylight, and he just decided he was going to try to kill a deputy yesterday.
And in a situation like that, you're a deputy reacting to the situation. That's something that you train for situations like that?
So we train for a lot of possible scenarios, and the knife attack is one of the scenarios that we train for. I will say a close quarter knife attack sometimes more dangerous than gunfire, and it's very tough to defend against. The vests do not always stop knives, and they're designed to stop bullets, not necessarily knife attacks. So the fact that his life was spared is a blessing to us and answer to prayer, but also the restraint that these deputies showed, the responding deputies, and that deputy himself, Deputy Fitch, that was attacked. As this guy turned to run away, he chose to capture this guy instead of shooting him in the back. Could he have shot him in the back and had said, yeah, maybe he was running towards the house and he was fearful that he was going to stab somebody else? Maybe so. These are what ifs, but they showed a lot of restraint. You can imagine somebody just try to kill you, how you would feel about this person and wanting to capture them. But he's a consummate professional and he acts professionally, and they capture this man, and he will seek justice. We'll seek justice, and he's going to face justice for this.
Just once again, the charges that he's facing.
So right now, based on the evidence there, the body cam footage that you've seen, this is a man attacking him with knives in his hand, trying to stab him in the chest. So based on that evidence, he is charged with attempted homicide of a law enforcement officer. State of Florida, we live in a great state that has a lot of laws to protect officers. We're out there trying to keep the peace, and I say we are not just peacekeepers, we're peacemakers. Peacemakers involves work, and it's work, and it's risk. And this was definitely risk and work, and very dangerous work that he was doing out there. And thank God he was that line between this person with the knives and the neighbors there in the neighborhood. And I'm glad it was not an innocent family out walking the dog that was attacked, and that was our deputy who is trained and who was able to respond appropriately.
And I know that you said that.
A scary situation, serious charges in that the deputy that was ambushed by that suspect with a knife being held without bond right now. You heard the charges, the accusations, and the comments that investigators say that suspect made while in the back of the cruiser after being put into custody, saying, "I should have killed you." We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live. Still have more to get to. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, after 15 years at the helm, Pasco County Sheriff Chris Naco has announced that he is leaving the agency. He said that his resignation will take effect this coming November and that he is leaving to pursue another elected office, although he has not specified which position he is seeking. Naco's career with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office began as a captain and a major before he was appointed to lead the agency by former Governor Rick Scott back in 2011. Since then, he's won 4 consecutive elections. His background in public service is extensive. Before moving to Florida, Naco served with police departments in Philadelphia and Virginia. He was also a first responder during the 9/11 terrorist attacks and the DC sniper investigation. Now, before law enforcement, Naco worked in state government, serving in the Florida House of Representatives as a deputy chief of staff to then House Speaker Marco Rubio. And during his tenure as sheriff, Naco oversaw several major shifts in local policing. Under his leadership, the Pasco County Sheriff's Office became the first agency in the Bay Area to implement body-worn cameras. He also helped launch FIRST, a state-of-the-art forensic and public safety training center. Naco says he remains fully committed to the job until his departure this fall. He plans to share updates regarding his next career move on his personal social media accounts in the coming months. Garrett?
Yeah, and he's been posting a lot on social media. In fact, already getting some endorsements as well from Attorney General James Uthmeyer and others. So this run already getting a lot of attention. Now let's go to Manatee County, where there was a huge crackdown on illegal gambling. What are we learning?
Yeah, the Florida Gaming Commission, the Manatee County Sheriffs, as well as the Department of Homeland Security, all teamed up to raid 3 separate arcades in Bradenton. Investigators said that they seized a total of 265 slot machines and more than $120,000 in cash. State officials say the targeted locations include Spin City Arcade, Mike's Arcade, and an unnamed business on 14th Street West. Now, the Gaming Commission is warning the public that these unregulated rooms lack the security and oversight that are found at legal casinos. Beyond the machines, officials say these establishments are often magnets for more serious crimes, including money laundering and drug activity. And just last month, a shooting and armed robbery at a different Bradenton arcade left a victim seriously injured. Executive Director Alana Zimmer says the state is now going after the distributors and organized groups behind these operations to build stronger criminal cases. She notes that current penalties are often just misdemeanors, which some owners treat as the cost of doing business before reopening under a new name. Now, to help stay ahead of the problem, the commission is asking state lawmakers for funding to create 2 new enforcement squads. These teams would focus specifically on illegal gambling hubs in Manatee and Lee counties. And while criminal charges have been filed in connection with this latest raid, the investigation remains ongoing. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, in our Tampa Connection, this is quite an interesting use for tarantulas.
Yes, this is definitely a story that piques a lot of people's interest. There is a teenager here in Tampa who believes that using tarantula venom could help treat anxiety. And we are talking about 18-year-old Daniel Park. And he says mental health is an incredibly important issue in today's world. And he's had several family and friends suffer from these conditions. That's why he wanted to find a way to help them get through it. So Park tried to target a part of the brain that's responsible for emotional processing, especially fear and anxiety. And he discovered that tarantulas are very good at producing venoms that interact with that specific part of the brain. And while it may sound backward, the teen was inspired by the fact that researchers already use venom to treat various medical conditions. He describes it as magic, taking something harmful and turning it into something good by harnessing its natural power. Now, instead Instead of handling live spiders in a physical lab, Park used computers and artificial intelligence to digitally modify the venom's molecular structure. His goal was to essentially take out the bad parts of the protein and leave the good parts so the brain would recognize it as a friendly molecule. Now, using advanced computer simulations, he put his digitally engineered protein to the test. He was able to see how well the new protein would stick to receptors in the brain and determine if the treatment would be effective. His results recently won him first place for seniors at the Florida Invention Convention, and next month he will represent the state at the Invention Convention Nationals that are being held in Michigan. Now, Park, he is no stranger to the spotlight. We first interviewed him 2 years ago when he won an international contest for discovering a way to use bacteria to make water safer from pollutants. The teen is now getting ready to head off to Brown University, and he hopes to eventually turn this venom into a real-world cure, helping a lot of people deal with anxiety. So this is something that has definitely generated a lot of attention.
Yeah, smart kid. But who would have thought that would help, help treat anxiety? I mean, something when you're talking about a spider that looking at it would give a lot of people anxiety. It's just a really neat project, and great to see things move forward with that. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. It's been a lot going on Capitol Hill, in the House, and in the Senate. A lot of things that have been happening. I had the chance to catch up with Senator Rick Scott. We spoke last night for about 10 minutes. Had the chance to speak with him about Florida's a concerning trend when it comes to jobs numbers and the unemployment rate here in the Sunshine State. We also talked about the Save America Act, the war in Iran, what's going to happen with Cuba, and also what he hopes to see from the president's visit to China. Here's my conversation with Senator Scott. Senator, you've been vocal lately about the unemployment rate, the jobs numbers here in the state of Florida, saying that you find a concerning trend there. What are you seeing? What worries you about what you're seeing?
Well, all my races I've talked about the importance of people getting a job, right? I grew up in a poor family. I watched my parents struggle for work. So I know it's the most important thing to a family. And unfortunately, we've two things, or sort of three things. Number one is we've lost jobs the last 12 months. That's number one. Number two is our national unemployment rate's now higher than the national numbers. And number three, we've got 500,000 people unemployed in the state. And so that's 500,000 people that need a job, need to be, people want to be self-sufficient. And so I think that we've just got to, the way you look at things, I'm a business guy. And so you follow the numbers. And so then you say, okay, so if I don't like the result, I've got to change something.
And for a while, it seemed like jobs and companies were flocking to Florida here. Has the state lost its competitive edge with that?
Well, the way I think about it, so you think about Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, even though we all know about it, they continue to market themselves. And I look at the same way as the state. The state's got to continue to say, okay, so what can we do to make everybody know this is the best place to do business? And then we'll talk to them and find out, okay, where are weaknesses? We know the cost of living has gone up in Florida. So you've got to, you can never, ever let up. And so we've got to call the companies, see what we can do. You look at the Orlando area, how can we help our tourist companies get more tourists? You look at places like Lockheed Martin or Lake Mary, Verizon, you can sit down with all these companies and say, okay, so what do you need? Do you have problems? Why are you adding jobs? If you are, can I get those jobs in Florida? And if not, why not? So then you say, okay, so if I have that, if I can solve that problem, then I have a better chance of helping Florida families.
Let's talk about the Save America Act. Not a whole lot of progress, it seems, with that. Do you think Leader Thune is doing enough to get a vote done on that bill?
Well, I know he's working hard. We've got to figure out how to get it done. It looks to me like the only way we're going to get it done is get rid of the filibuster. And then we've got a few Republicans that we still have to talk to. But what I tell everybody is this is an important bill. We've got to secure elections. So call your senators and make sure they care about this. You should have to have ID to vote. I mean, you have to have ID for so many other things. You shouldn't be able to register to vote if you can't prove you're an American citizen. So these are sort of basic issues that Republicans, Democrats, Independents all across the country want.
You'd support getting rid of the filibuster for this?
Absolutely. I mean, the filibuster was always supposed to just be used to stop debate after we had an opportunity to debate, not to stop bills. So it's been abused to try to stop bills. A year ago, we had to change the rules on nominations because the Democrats were blocking those. I think we're in the same position with the Save America Act. It seems to me we're going to have to get rid of the filibuster to get the Trump agenda accomplished.
Losing some of these, kind of institutional protections of the minority party, does that concern you for the day that Republicans might find themselves in the minority again?
Absolutely. But this has been abused. The filibuster was simply to stop talking, finish the debate. You still voted on a majority vote. Clarence Thomas alone got, I think, 52 votes when he was confirmed. They had their conversation. They finished the conversation, finished the debate. And then they voted. That's how this is supposed to work. The Democrats have abused it. They abused it with nominations. They abused it with judges. They've abused it with bills. So we're not going to have a choice. But yeah, but there's not much I can do if the Democrats want to ruin the system.
Let's talk about Iran here. We heard President Trump say that the ceasefire right now is on life support. Was the wording that he used. What's your take on where things stand right now, what we know about this conflict and the ceasefire?
Well, unfortunately, it sure looks like, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to continue to destroy their ability to produce nuclear weapons or ballistic missiles because the leadership of Iran, who hates us, wants to destroy, kill all of us with a nuclear weapon, is not ready to capitulate. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they have a nuclear weapon, they will use it on America as soon as it's finished. That's what they've been clear. That's what they're going to do. So nobody likes to go to war. Nobody likes to have high gas prices, but none of us want to be killed by a nuclear weapon.
This has already been going on longer than the president initially said it would. Are you worried about finding ourselves in a conflict that could drag on, as we have seen other Middle East conflicts in the past go on longer than anticipated?
Absolutely. The positive is this president doesn't want a forever war. He's reluctant to put troops in harm's way. I think he's doing this, he's prosecuting this in a very logical way with this blockade, hoping that the fact that we're, destroying the Iranian regime's ability to have any money, and probably what's going to happen if this goes on much further, their oil wells are going to be destroyed, that this will bring them to the table so they can grow, first off, stop wanting to kill people. I mean, they're just a death machine. I mean, they've been killing us for 47 years. They're just a death machine. And so if we don't want Americans to continue to die, if we don't want to be destroyed by nuclear weapons, whether we like it or not, we've got to continue the blockade and then eventually probably go in and destroy their ability to produce any oil.
You mentioned gas prices that have skyrocketed amid this conflict. We've talked about the affordability issue here in Florida. President Trump was asked about whether he considers Americans' financial situations in decision making when it comes to the Iran war. He said, I don't think about Americans' financial situations in that. Should he?
Well, this person is trying to protect our lives. So what he's saying, which Obama wouldn't do and which Biden wouldn't do, he's saying, I care about your life, your ability to survive in this world. That's what he cares about. Now, he also cares about clearly the financial impact on this country. That's why he's put so much effort into reducing gas prices and reduce the cost of living and get government out of our way. But right now, we cannot allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They will use it to kill us. They would kill as many Americans as they can. If they were able to get this nuclear weapon done and they can get it to our shores, millions of Americans will be dead.
Let's talk about Cuba. We know it's a situation that many here in our state are watching closely. We've heard the president say they're asking for help and that we will talk with them. What do you think needs to happen with Cuba?
Well, Trump's doing the right thing. I asked him to increase the sanctions. He's increased the sanctions. This is a despicable regime. I have a picture, I don't have it with me right now, of an individual under 30 probably, that was tortured. He looks like a Holocaust survivor, skin and bones. They starved him. They tortured him. They wouldn't give him medical treatment even though he had cancer. And that's who these people are. And they're 90 miles from our coast, and they're friends with Russia and Communist China. The Communist China have a spy station there. They're friends of Iran. We want a regime change there. And I believe the people there are going to do it. We've got to make sure they have no money. The regime has no money. We want the people to prosper, but the regime cannot have a dime, cannot have any petroleum, nothing. This is our chance to finally improve our neighborhood. You look at places like Israel, they've got a tough neighborhood. Look at Ukraine, they live in a tough neighborhood. We need to improve our neighborhood. We need to improve our neighborhood, not let these thugs that murder their own citizens and try to kill Americans be in power in Cuba and Venezuela and other places close to our border.
Last thing here, Senator Scott, we know President Trump is in Beijing meeting with President Xi of China. What do you want to see come from that visit?
Number one, I'd like him to bring Jimmy Lai back from China. Jimmy's 78 years old. He's been in solitary confinement for 5 years. He's a friend of mine. He was a Hong Kong entrepreneur. He built the largest newspaper. And then when when she took all the basic rights away from Hong Kong in violation of an international agreement, right? He put Jimmy in prison because they had a newspaper that criticized Xi. So I hope, number one, he gets back. I think, look, I don't underestimate President Trump, but look, she's a liar, cheater. He's everything. He's every evil thing you can imagine. Whatever he signs, it's not worth a piece of paper it's written on. He's not going to comply with anything. He's never complied with any trade deal. He's never complied with any international organization. He is a thug. He murders his own citizens, takes organs out of his own citizens. I mean, he is an absolute thug. He's killed American kids with his fentanyl. He's stealing our jobs. He's a despicable person.
Senator Rick Scott, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Nice seeing you.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to give you an update now on that member misconduct hearing in the House Rules and Ethics Committee in Tallahassee. The state representative Angie Nixon, Democrat from Jacksonville, is going to be reprimanded over her conduct on the House floor. Specifically that incident during the redistricting vote where she was walking around yelling in a bullhorn. I want to play for you some of that hearing. It was rather brief. Did come to an end just a few minutes ago, but you're going to hear from a couple of lawmakers speaking in this committee hearing that just wrapped up.
Members, I've convened this committee today for a serious but narrow purpose. The committee has before it, at my direction as its chair, a matter related to member conduct on the House floor pursuant to Rule 15.2. Specifically, the conduct to be reviewed is the actions by Representative Nixon at the conclusion of session on Wednesday, April 29th of this year. A proposed committee reprimand has been distributed to each of you for review. Copies have been made available to committee members for review prior to this afternoon's hearing. Feedback from committee members, including members of the Minority Caucus, have been reviewed regarding its content, and changes have been made in line with that feedback. And I thank you, members, for taking the time to give me your feedback. The question before us is not whether a House rule was intentionally and repeatedly broken, nor whether that conduct was inconsistent with the standards of this House. We were all there. question is what, if anything, should this committee do about it? Unlike hearings on formal sworn complaints, Rule 15.2 does not require the member subject to the conduct to be given an opportunity to be heard. In my discretion as chair, I have determined that today's proceedings will be limited to questions and debate by members of this committee. I've spoken at length with Leader Driscoll, and I understand that she disagrees with this decision. And while I have the utmost respect for her as a friend and a colleague, House Rule 7.3 provides the chair with the authority to decide these matters, and this is the process I have elected to pursue. A written statement from Representative Nixon has been received by my office and should have been presented to each of the members before we began today's hearing. If you need time to review it, please take that time to do so. Members, I believe a reprimand is both appropriate and necessary. No one should take pleasure in reprimanding a fellow member. It stinks. I hate it. But when the choice is protecting the House and doing something unpleasant that I'd rather not deal with, my responsibility as chair is to protect the House, to protect this institution every time. As you review the proposed reprimand and Representative Nixon's written response, please allow me to make a couple comments, three in fact. The first is about separation of powers. One of the things that makes this House so special is that no one can tell us how to handle these situations. The Senate can't, the governor can't, the courts can't. That responsibility falls to us and to us alone. It's the reason we have our own sergeant staff. It's the reason we have our own IT system, our own clerk's office, on and on and on. If we fail to enforce our rules when the facts are clear, then the rules are no longer rules. They're just suggestions. And when our rules become suggestions, the rights of every member of this House become less secure. Second, I want to talk briefly about why legislative decorum matters. There's a reason why certain spaces have heightened expectations for how we behave and how we act. As a lawyer, as a member of the Florida Bar, I know that when I walk into the courtrooms of this state, there are clear rules and standards regarding my behavior, my attire, my manner of speech, the professional standards that I have to uphold as a member of the bar. The same holds true when each of us walk onto the floor of the House. This does not prevent vigorous debate. To the contrary, it protects the rights of every member. It assures that disagreement does not become disorder, that passion does not become disruption, and that no individual member, from the most senior to the most junior, is permitted to place themselves above the collective whole, above the House. The last thing I want to talk about before we get to the matter before us is about grace. The longer I'm here, the more I have come to believe that grace is the grease that keeps this institution from bursting apart at its seams. The legislature is a human institution. And consequently, since each and every one of us is a flawed human being, we have all, at one time or another, lost our tempers, said things we shouldn't, or acted in ways that in retrospect and on reflection, we really wish we hadn't. I know I have. Each one of those. I've done that. We judge others by their worst days and expect others to judge us by our best. And we do that because we're human. Now, personally, that's why I try not to take myself too seriously or judge too harshly, because I know that therefore the grace of God goes me or you or any one of us. Personally, it's why I need a Savior. And what the public doesn't see and social media doesn't capture, and sadly what a lot of those cameras over there are not going to report, is that 99.9% of the time when members of this House fall short of the standards we jointly establish for member conduct, when I fall short, when you fall short, when every one of us falls short, we show grace to each other. We apologize to each other. We forgive each other. We move on. But sometimes more is required. A reprimand is a serious action, but it is also a measured one. It recognizes the need for accountability, but it balances it with a measure of grace that I believe each of us would hope for if the roles were reversed. With that, Randy, please read the proposed reprimand for the record.
Proposed committee reprimand, May 14th, 2026.
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, at which point I could be recognized, but I do seek recognition for a motion.
Let's read the reprimand, then I'll be happy to recognize you.
Thank you.
Pursuant to Rule 15.2B2, the Rules and Ethics Committee finds Representative Nixon's conduct on the House floor on April 29th, 2026 to constitute a violation of House rules. While the House was in consideration of House Bill 1D, Representative Nixon intentionally disrupted the floor proceedings with the use of a megaphone, walking up and down the center aisle and repeatedly shouting through the megaphone. Representative Nixon also willfully ignored calls from the Speaker to return to order. Representative Nixon's actions specifically violated the following rules. Rule 8.2A, addressing the House. When a member desires to speak, the member shall rise and respectfully address the Speaker and shall, after recognized, confine remarks to the question under debate. Rule 14.4A, use of props. A megaphone on the House floor is a prop that is prohibited unless approved by the Speaker. Use of this prop is fundamentally incompatible with the orderly conduct of legislative business. Rule 15.2A, conduct caused a material disruption of official legislative business, as it created an environment of confusion and chaos, impairing the ability of members to hear and pay attention to the proceedings, including interfering with the ability of other members to correctly cast their votes. While every member has the right to vigorous debate and dissent, that right does not extend to the active disruption of the legislative process. Intense personal feelings on an issue are never a justification for conduct on the floor that violates House rules. Legislative decorum must be maintained, as it is the foundation upon which civil governance rests. The Rules and Ethics Committee expects all members to uphold the dignity of the Florida House. This report constitutes an official committee reprimand for Representative Nixon's floor conduct on April 29, 2026, and shall be delivered to her upon its adoption. Any further violations of House rules or additional disruptive floor conduct may result in further disciplinary action, which may include a recommendation for formal censure or other more serious sanctions.
Thank you, Randy. Leader Driscoll, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I understand your position and why you have not allowed any testimony, I have a different take. We are here today accusing a colleague of violating the rules of our body. In our tradition, the accused has a right to defend themselves and address the allegations against them. This is the case even when exercising that right would be futile. The right to be informed of the charges against you and confront the evidence against you is ancient. That kind of due process interest goes back to the Magna Carta. It's what the founding generation risked everything for and is enshrined in our own state constitution. And while I understand that we are not in court today, and strictly speaking, we may not actually be bound to allow it, we should hear from Representative Nixon. There are consequences to our decisions. She has a substantial interest in the outcome of our vote. Our actions are meaningful. If they were not, we would not be doing this.
Leader Fentrice Driscoll, Democrat from Tampa, expressing her thoughts on the matter. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Before we wrap up here, we're just about out of time, but I do want to give you the response from State Representative Angie Nixon, who just put out this statement saying, when I was elected to the legislature, I made a promise to put Floridians first, and that's what I'm here to do. I would not be doing my job if I sat silently while Governor DeSantis and Florida Republicans stripped away their voice and their ability to elect candidates they believe in. I'm passionate about my role in this legislature because I don't want my children or any other children to have to fight the same battle, so I won't be silent on these issues, and neither should the people of Florida. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live. Appreciate you joining us today. Our live streaming news coverage continues in just 1 minute on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll see you next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us today. It has been a busy day. We're here with you for the next hour on Fox Local, no Fox 35 Weather Plus today, so we will take you all the way to the 407. Right now, I want to get us inside a courtroom in Hillsborough County. All week, we've been tracking and monitoring this sentencing phase of the Julio Fulio trial. Today's day 4 of this. Now, all 4 defendants were convicted last week of first-degree murder in connection with the death of Charles Jones, the rapper from Jacksonville known as Julio Fulio. We are now soon going to find out whether those 4 defendants will spend the rest of their lives in prison or if they will be put to death. That will be up to a jury to decide. And that's the whole focus of this sentencing phase. So we're going to go ahead and listen back into this trial. I do want to give you a warning that viewer discretion is advised, just because of the potential for language or other things like that in this live court proceeding. So let's go ahead and listen back in as this trial continues.
Premeditation to convict 1,000 people of first-degree premeditated murder. But it doesn't end there, because at 1:30, this defendant is not done hunting and searching for Mr. Jones. Now he's going to utilize a technique, a honeypot. He's going to use a honeypot technique, if you've ever heard of that term. A honeypot, a lure. He's going to try to lure and get that information by luring it out of someone, by using this pretty young girl, Kyla, who unbelievably goes along with this. I need you to text Fat Boy. We never know who Fat Boy is. It's probably Xavier Edwards. About what? As I need you to text Fat Boy, tell him you're trying to pull up about trying to see him tonight. You know I'm gone. I've been FaceTiming him while I'm out. She doesn't really understand at first. He in Tampa right now. Make it seem like you know he's there. He had a B&B with 6. Be like, what's WYA? Where are you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk and trying to. Never mind. Then she says, we at Tier the club, because she's not following. You want to come to the B&B with us? Question mark, because she's not understanding. No, I'm in Tampa. I'm trying to see where his B&B at. Who B&B? 6. Fools. It's his B-day and Fat Boy with him. Not here in Jacksonville. No, they in Tampa. What? She still doesn't understand, but that doesn't stop him. He persists. Let me FaceTime. Play like you know it. Fat Boy going to Beezer's tonight or some shit like that. Clearly, this defendant was persistent that night and tenacious in his attempts to locate Charles Jones. And then we know that in addition to all of this effort and involvement in this case, because, folks, the evidence in this case shows there is no defendant sitting over here. There is no defendant in this case who did more to orchestrate this murder than Mr. Gathright. They may be as involved in him, but nobody exceeds his culpability in this murder. He adds and provides the car for the assault team, the Impala. He drives all the way down there and takes the entire intelligence and surveillance team with him. We talked about this, how he drove around the parking lot, how he maneuvered and kept the assault team from being detected. That's on that defendant's shoulders in this cold, calculated, premeditated murder. And where does this whole thing end? Back at the Gathright residence in the suburbs in Jacksonville. Now, he's not there. No, this defendant's not there. He's over in Auburndale in Polk County dropping the Impala off with his unsuspecting grandmother, leaving it with his grandmother, Miss Allen, and then driving off in her 4Runner, now loaded with all of that ammunition and all that other evidence. Before I talk about this aggravating factor, I want to talk about the cold, calculated, premeditated evidence in this case. This evidence alone and this aggravating factor alone, if we had no other aggravating factor, would justify a sentence of death for each one of these defendants. Standing alone, it would justify a sentence of death. Because this is a boatload of premeditation. This is, like I said, it's enough premeditation to convict thousands of men. There could have been 40 people participating that each had just a little chunk of this 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks of premeditation. And they all could have been convicted as principals to first-degree murder. It's overflowing. And this evidence, as you saw in that trial, because we kept bringing it, didn't we? All the way up to the end. All the way up to the end. More and more and more evidence. More and more evidence. In football, it's called piling on. And when we have the burden of proof, which we should have the burden of proof, because we're the government and we are here asking you to convict them of something, then we need to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. But like I told you in my opening statements, we're going to prove this to you beyond any doubt. There's zero doubt in this case that they committed premeditated murder. And I'm very confident that every one of you found that when you went back there to deliberate. This aggravating factor, it stands on a substantial volume of premeditation, of evidence of premeditation, of heightened premeditation. This aggravating circumstance alone justifies a sentence of death. This aggravating factor alone in its evil and its wicked nature outweighs any of the suggested mitigation for any of these defendants. Any of them. They conspired, they premeditated as a team, and it applies to each one of them. This aggravator that either Rashad Murphy or Sean Gathright or Davion Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. You can take out the previously part. That's another way of proving that. They were convicted of a contemporaneous violent felony when you all came back here with that just verdict finding them, these three defendants, guilty each of 3 counts, not 1, but 3 counts of attempted second-degree murder. And that's exactly what they did. Attempted second-degree murder. That is an aggravating factor that I've kind of broached and talked about a little bit already. They weren't going to just kill Charles Jones. He was the target, no doubt about it. But if there was someone else there, 6 block, they were going to kill him. You saw that in the evidence. So let's talk about each of the people who were affected in those counts. Victim, Gino Norris, 22 years old, not a 6 block member, but a lifetime friend or a lifelong friend of Charles Jones since they were in middle school. He was there to celebrate with Charles. This young man that you saw come in here, this man who talked in low tones, in a subdued voice, and you saw in the evidence when they went up the stairs.
Hearing the prosecutor deliver his closing argument in the sentencing phase, talking about the impact now of that shooting, going beyond just the murder of Charles Jones, but the others who were also shot. We heard that testimony from that victim who he just mentioned a moment ago, and is now continuing to go through that. You heard him talking about the aggravating factors that were involved in all of this. That is what the jury has to weigh here. The aggravating factors versus the mitigating factors, and whether that they believe these 4 suspects who are sitting at the defendant's table should spend the rest of their lives in prison, or if they should, and if they deserve the death penalty for these crimes that they have now been convicted of. We're going to step aside, take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, so we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to get you live to this news conference. This is out of Texas right now, but officials are saying they found 6 people dead inside a train car. So we want to go ahead and listen into this. Again, this is live in Texas right now.
It's another type of situation that we were encountering. So we were very clear as to what we were going to be making sure that we put out to you all. So with that being said, immediately after we recognized that this was a human smuggling situation, we contacted our partners from the Homeland Security Investigations. Our partners from Border Patrol were immediately arrived there, as well as our Customs and Border Protection officers. They were immediately summoned to assist. Union Pacific was also very much in motion with us. But I can tell you that there was, as soon as we encountered what we encountered that day, we knew that it was a multi-jurisdictional investigation. And at that point, we knew that we had to contain a lot of the information that was being put out. This investigation, again, it continues to be very fluid. It continues to be going at 110 miles per hour. I can tell you these investigators have been doing a phenomenal job. This investigation looks very promising to bring in those responsible for for this happening to justice. We're going to take this opportunity to make sure that we address this in a manner that has to be addressed every day, right? And this is to make sure that we promote awareness and education to the families and the individuals that are trying to make a better life by coming into the U.S., to come here legally, to not risk your lives and putting yourselves in danger in getting yourselves into a box like that, or a box trailer into an 18-wheeler. As you all know, this is the biggest inland port in the nation, so there's a lot of 18-wheelers. And so putting yourself in danger this way does not make sense. And so with that, with that in English, I'm going to go into the Spanish version. Hoy teníamos la necesidad de venir con los medios para informarles y darles un poquito de claridad de lo que está sucediendo en nuestra ciudad y lo que sucedió el domingo, Día de las Madres, desafortunadamente, ¿verdad? Esto que pasó y lo que ocurrió aquí y que se descubrió en Laredo, no comenzó en Laredo. El jueves, mayo 7, 2026, este tren salió de California. Sabemos que tuvo un origen Del Río. En Del Río se ubicaron, pudieron montar las personas que después se trasladaron en ese mismo área de ferrocarril hacia el área de Von Army, San Antonio, Texas. En ese instante fue cuando se descubrió de que ese mismo compañía de ferrocarril se vino hacia el área de Laredo, Texas. Tuvimos unos datos exactos de que el sábado a la 1:23 llegó a Del Río, a las 6:17 ya estaba en el área de San Antonio. El domingo salió de San Antonio por la madrugada y llegó a Laredo, Texas. A las 3:21 fue cuando recibimos la llamada. Entonces nos ubicamos inmediatamente en el momento que llegó esa llamada al centro de emergencia de aquí de la Policía de Laredo. Respondió la división de patrulla, respondió los departamentos de bomberos, y en ese instante sí les digo a ustedes muchas gracias, porque yo sé que ya estaban pidiendo información, pero les doy las gracias porque la información sabíamos que la teníamos que detener un poco, por la razón que no sabíamos de lo que teníamos todavía. Esta información de que sabíamos de que si eran ilegales, no eran ilegales, no sabíamos lo que teníamos todavía. Entonces, bien agradecidos con ustedes porque sí, esta fue es una investigación que inmediatamente sabíamos de que al momento que nuestro departamento de homicidio llegó a la escena, y según descubrimiento de que eran personas, de que eran tráfico de personas, inmediatamente se le habló al departamento de Homeland Security, al departamento de Border Patrol, departamento de Customs and Border Protection, y todas las agencias que sabemos que tenemos que darles esta información, ¿verdad? De ahí inmediatamente hubo mucho enfoque en la investigación, porque queremos traer a justicia a los que están responsables de esta situación, ¿verdad? Que ponen la gente en peligro Eso es lo más importante para nosotros. El elemento malo no para en hacer dinero. Y esto es muy importante que nosotros podamos capturar este tipo de personas que lo sigue haciendo por dinero. Entonces, muy agradecidos con ustedes por tener esta paciencia con nosotros. Hoy queremos dar esta claridad.
As officials in Laredo continue to give updates now in Spanish about the 6 people found dead inside a train car. We're going to take a break right now. We'll be right back with more on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to give you an update here on a situation where Seminole High School in Sanford was placed on lockdown today. We have now learned that a Seminole High School student has been taken into custody after they say they had a weapon found in their bag on campus. So again, this put the Seminole High and the 9th grade center on a code red for a while law enforcement looked into this after they got a tip about a student that may have had a gun on campus. That lockdown has since been lifted, but we have learned again that a student was taken into custody. They found that weapon inside their bag. They say they will continue to have additional police presence on campus, as well as a weapon detection canine, but the campus is secure. The rest of the operations going on as normal. That lockdown, again, has since been lifted. So we're continuing to follow that. Fox 35's Bailey Bockover been looking into that. She is on the scene at Seminole High School. She'll have more coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. Well, we are also following up today and learning more about a miracle situation where 11 people were rescued from a plane crash in the Atlantic off the coast of Melbourne, and they're going to be okay. We have been following this story over the past few days, and today we actually got to hear from one of those survivors who spoke at a news conference at the hospital, joined by a couple of doctors and those who took care of some of these victims. So I want to play a little bit of that news conference for you as this plane crash survivor shares her story.
Most important question of the day. How was the food here?
The food is great. I must say it's great.
What's your favorite?
My favorite is the cheesecake, the lemon cheesecake, off the chin.
I heard you like the salads.
Oh yes, the salad is all right. The salad is good, especially the steak. The steak was
The steak
awesome.
is good?
The steak.
I don't know if we have any food and nutrition guys here, but kudos. Good job, guys. So, Olympia, we're going to ask you a little bit. So, you're here to tell us your story.
Yes, no problem.
What happened?
We was leaving from Mashaba. We leave to go to Freeport. When we leave from Mashaba to enter to Freeport, we went into a storm. We ended up in a storm. He said he was trying to duck the storm. But when he ducked the storm, the plane started to shake just a little bit. But he to get out of the storm. And when we get out of the storm, he said he saw land. He said he saw land. He said, y'all look around to see if y'all see land. And me and my two sons, we were saying, yes, we see land. And he was saying he see land. But all the time, it just was the cloud. The cloud would look like land. But all the time, it was water was around us. And we saw boats. My niece saw the boats. And she told the pilot, he said in 20 minutes, we was going to be to Freeport. And after the 20 minutes was up, we noticed we didn't see Freeport. He called the co-pilot, and he told the co-pilot he lost. He can't find Freeport. So my niece told him, she said, the best thing to do is to land the plane between the two boats. Because if you land the plane between the two boats, they will be able to see us and they'll be able to save us. So he said, okay, but time is she told him that he'd already passed the boats then. We was too far from the boat. So after when she looked on the outside, she noticed, she see the propeller stop moving. She noticed the motors wasn't moving anymore. And she told him, she said, the best thing to do is to put the plane down in the water. So I say, put the plane in the water. I say, how you could put the plane in the water? If you put the plane in the water, how are we going to live? So she said, Auntie, that's the best thing for us to do. That's the only way we can get saved. She said, because if we stay in the air and we run out of fuel, the plane will come down fast. So she said to lower the plane down, lower. And he lowered the plane down. And the gentleman tell him, say, turn the motor down to go down to the sea. When he turned the motor down, and when he came down, everybody, my son was to the emergency door, and the next gentleman was to the exit door. And at the same time, when the plane hit the water, he said, open. And I told my son, I said, open, open, open. And when they opened, all we hear is, bam! And when they had bam, that's when the door come off, and it hit the gentleman in his chest. And when it hit the gentleman in the chest, my son let go of the door because the door started to pull him out of the aircraft. So my niece, everybody, she told everybody get out. The water, I was done sitting down, everybody. I was trapped because I still had my seatbelt on. I get thrown into the wall. So my son said, Mommy, let's go, come go. I said, I can't move. I said, I trapped. And he turned back, he came back, and he unloosed the seatbelt. And I went to the door. And when I went to the door, I stand still to the door. Because I thought we was get dead. Because all I see was no dark water around us. And my niece, she was on the wing. And she told me, she said, Auntie, she said, swim. I said, I can't swim. She said, you have to throw yourself in the water and flap your foot. So I said, okay, and I flapped my foot. And she said, hand your hand. And I held on my hand. She put me on the wing. When she was on the wing, and everybody was in the water, was flapping in the water. And my son, they was looking for the little raft who was inside the plane. And my son saw it, and he pulled a little red thing, and he said, Mommy, you all jump in the boat. So I get in the boat, everybody get in the boat. It was 11 of us. We was out there for 5 hours. We was in a little storm. No rain was beating on us. We thought no one would have saw us. But I thank God for the U.S. Marine. They saw us, and they saved us. And I keep on telling them, I say, Lord, save us, Lord, save us. Let someone see us, Lord, let someone see us, because to be out in the sea, to be out in the water, and to be out there for 5 hours and ain't seeing no land and just seeing no black water, we thought we wouldn't live. All I was saying, I was praying and asking God to send someone for us. Please send someone for us. And then she saw the plane. When she saw the plane, I said, what plane you see? She said, Auntie, see the plane out there? I said, I ain't see the plane, because I'm the person I can't see from far. And when the plane came close, that's when I saw the plane, and the plane circled around us. and they circle and circle and circle. And then when they circle the last circle, that's when they drop the other rest of the lifeboat inside the water for us. And we pull the lifeboat and we separate it so the boat couldn't sink because water was done getting inside the boat that we was in. Water was done getting in there, so we started to keep bailing out so we wouldn't sink. And then the Marine, then they came, they dived down, come down, and they saved all of us. And I appreciate that. And then my son, the one who's have asthma, he was puking. He had asthma attack. The young lady, the little last girl, she had a heart attack. And I was pulling her in the little dinky boat because she couldn't swim. And she's saying she can sink. I say, you can sink, baby. I say, you can live. I say, I know about heart attack because I already had heart attack before. And I pull in the boat, me and my son, and we pull in the boat. And she started crying. I said, baby, don't cry. I said, I know how you feel. I said, all we have to do is pray. The best thing to do is pray. Because only God could change things, and only God could allow and to touch people's hearts. I say, somebody can come and save us. And just how I tell my niece, somebody can come and save us, and that's when she saw the plane. And when we see the U.S., that's when all of us start crying in the boat. Everybody